All right. Good morning. It is currently 5:10 a.m. and of course, today's date is the 8th of July 2025. How are you doing? Good morning. It is 5:10 a.m. 5:10 a.m. ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Good morning. How are you doing? Grab your coffee. Get up. Get up. It's the morning session. Get up. Yeah, it is the morning session, ladies and gentlemen. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome to the Genesis Show. Yes. So, real fast, we're going to check out a couple of stories developing in the United States. Some are already well developed, like what's going on in Texas. I pray for Texas that this parent would be able to bear the loss of their kids, and also every family who experienced the devastating flooding in Texas. May God bless you and may God comfort you. All right. So, Press Secretary Caroline Levitt, she gives a brief in the White House, the youngest press secretary in the White House. And Trump also met with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu gave him a letter, a nomination letter for the Nobel Peace Prize. So that is another update. Also, Elon Elon Musk has started American Party, and a lot of people have a lot to say, like Governor Ron DeSantis. Everybody has something to say. We spoke about what Donald Trump said about it, the president of the United States. He gave his own thought about it, and he didn't like it, but he said we can have fun with it if he wants to. Um, what else? Epstein file. Now there's no file. There is no file, ladies and gentlemen. It used to be called the Epstein file. Now there's no Epstein file. There is no Epstein file, ladies and gentlemen. What in the world is going on here? So Pam Bundy and the rest of the team, the rest of the gang, ladies and gentlemen, Pam Bundy and the rest of the team, you know, uh, Don Bongino and Cash Patel, FBI director and deputy FBI director, they all said there was, you know, they were working on making sure everything is, you know, professional and they don't just bring out what is not supposed to be put out. And Pam Bundy said repeatedly in, so many interviews she had, including with Fox News, she said, yes, she has the list on her desk. That's what she said. She said she had the list on her desk. So all of a sudden, there's no list. So it's like, okay, uh, what is going on? But, you know, look, you just never know. You never know. All right? You just never know. Now there is no list. Okay, so who we? Everybody is going bunkers concerning the Epstein list, but I'm not even concerned about it because look, a lot is going on, especially in Texas. So we're gonna pray for the people of Texas and keep them in our heart. Also, in California, the mayor, okay, she's going on the street in trying to stop the ICE raids in California, especially in Los Angeles, because she is the mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass, and for some reason, she's using our words, which is freedom of speech, which everybody can use, and that I have nothing to say about it. She can protest if she wants to, uh, but she was on the streets and she was, you know, creating s- some sort of a scene, in my opinion, because a lot of people were gathered around her, the press and some press and some journalists were asking, "What are you doing to protect us in Los Angeles?" So she had some things to say, and also the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is asking Tom Homan a lot of questions. Okay, and Tom Homan too is saying to all Democrat blue states, saying, "You guys have to stop stopping ICE from doing their jobs." And of course, we know the big beautiful bill has passed. Okay, so ICE is now fully funded. Okay, so they have everything they need. They have the bank right now. Nothing can stop them. Okay, they're all the way up. Okay, nothing can stop them. They're all the way up, yo. They have been funded. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start tonight. Well, we're not. This is morning session. My bad. We're going to start this morning session. It is currently 5:17. We're going to start this morning session with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Here we go. Enjoy the show. Welcome to the Genesis Show.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. I want to start by addressing the devastation from the tragic flash floods in Texas. Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide every assistance available. The situation on the ground remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements. Tonight, President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the president will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the president will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met the once-in-a-generation moment and codified the Make America Great Again agenda into law. After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured his trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false, and it's just sad that people are pushing these lies.
Can I just get one more?
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me. And as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do. And if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration abused this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further. Thank you, Brian. Megan.
Secretary Bessent said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea, but if any other major U.S. trading partners are getting letters today.
Sure, yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The president will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu today, I was just wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire proposal that Israel supports that was sent to Hamas, and we hope that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind, so that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that, and these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it, and the President said it many times, you want to see an end to the war in Gaza. Will he give guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end? Because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And how do you see the next day? What the next day in Gaza will look like?
Look, right now the president is focused on today and to get the Hamas to agree to this ceasefire. I don't want to comment on the details of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
Kristen. Two questions. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA, given what officials have said is their critical role on the ground now in Texas?
Look, the president wants to ensure American citizens always have what they need during times of need. Whether that assistance comes from states or the federal government, that's a policy discussion that will continue. And the president has always said he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOJ, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies. The San Antonio office was operating with 11 forecasters, and as Brian said, the union themselves said that there was adequate staffing. So I think those words speak for themselves, and the numbers speak for themselves. This was a once-in-a-century flash flood, a tragic natural disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more, hold on, one more.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael, in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. It comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
I've got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for.
Okay, 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 okay. Caroline, okay, relax. Okay, calm down. Okay, just let Pam Bundy handle it. Don't speak for Pam Bundy, Caroline. Relax. Okay, calm down.
That. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Okay. Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago, I said the president thought maybe an Iran deal was not necessary, but of course the president is always interested in peace and diplomacy. That remains true, and the administration continues to be in contact, both directly and indirectly, with the Iranians on a deal.
And then on tariffs, you're now delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. Is that an acknowledgement that perhaps the administration found it more difficult to negotiate these trade deals, or whatever happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
No, it's an acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests. Josh.
A couple more on the tariffs. You said about 12 more letters. There were about 55 or so countries, including the EU as a bloc, that were facing this tariff increase. All of those, to understand you correctly, are now deferred to August 1st, right?
Correct.
And on the 12, what happens with the remaining, whatever it would be, 40 something?
So just 12 today. There will be additional letters in the coming days.
So all of them are going to get a letter at some point?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me why he decided to start with South Korea and Japan? Are they annoying him?
It's the president's prerogative, and those are the countries he chose.
And on the sectoral tariffs, it's our understanding that these continue to be a separate track. We're still waiting on a bunch of those.
That's right.
Can you give us any timing update on when he's going to move on, for instance, semiconductor tariffs and other things that are still in the hopper?
I don't have a timing update, but for where they are in the process, I would defer you to the Department of Commerce.
Should we expect deals finally as well? He announced this Vietnam deal. Are you close on any other countries?
The president and the administration, yes, we are close. But again, the president wants to ensure these are the best deals possible. And I would add just one more thing on trade and tariffs to wrap it up. Look at the extensive work this president has put into cutting these good deals and doing what's right for the American worker. He is literally looking at the map and looking at every country on the planet and seeing where they are ripping off the American people, seeing where they have hollowed out our industrial base, seeing where our jobs have gone to other countries overseas because of their tariff policies, and he's trying to correct that. So this is decades of bad trade policy that has led to a deficit that is ravaging our country, that is ravaging our middle class, and the president is taking a very deliberate approach to correcting this wrong of many decades, of many past presidents. And so I think he should be commended for the time and the effort that he is putting into this. And the fact that he has announced a framework with China, a trade deal with the United Kingdom, a trade deal with Vietnam, and many others to come in just a matter of 6 months is truly historic, and it's a testament to this president and his trade team who are working around the clock to get this done. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions on Iran. What's the permanent deal with Iran looks like for the president, and what issues related to Iran should it cover? And secondly, has the president seen the interview with Iranian president, which he says that the United States president, Mr. Trump, is capable enough to guide the regions toward a peace and brighter future and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict? Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think it's true that the president is the right man for the job to move the direction, this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction.
Follow-up?
Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank
Sure.
you.
And then in front of you.
Okay, a couple questions for you. First, on
Y'all need name tag signs.
First question on the flooding in Texas. I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours, so while many people were likely sleeping. Can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of flash flooding. At 6:22 p.m. July 3rd, National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Caryville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
One question on education funding
Go
for
ahead.
states
Thank you
and
very much.
local
I appreciate
districts.
it, Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
And also a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me? Hi, Caroline. Thank you. Ahead of
And then you can go too, since you're so eager.
ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, you're putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a rebuilding of Gaza once this war is over. This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings, and the president has a big heart. He wants this to be a prosperous, safe part of the region where people and families can thrive, and there will be a need for a real rebuilding effort when the time comes. But right now we need to end this war, and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight?
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE, Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that, and do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if...
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump already saw the letter that the Colombian President Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires in Colombia. Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you.
Caroline?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you,
Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics.
First, I love how excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go after.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS
That's right.
will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from to avoid being subject to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On the illegal immigrants, Reuters Tom Homan told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 illegal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to hire additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in the upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place because of their efforts. And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work that they are already doing. And I think every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you, Caroline, so much.
Raquel, and then I can go to you.
So much.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
As promised, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, talking about now the ceasefire, but does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump," for the aid and for the meals that they have received, because the previous administration never did that for some reason. But this president, again, wants to see peace and stability in the region. So as I outlined previously, he views this part of the region as having a real chance at being peaceful and prosperous. But again, we need to end this war. We need to get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian News. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians? Was
Sure.
that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight related to the region and just the entire world. So this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact, this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letters seriously because they have taken the president seriously, and that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all will continue to see these letters released on the president's Truth Social, and we will see you all later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that was Caroline Levitt. And, she did her thing as usual. I think she does what she's supposed to do, which is support her commander-in-chief and what he is doing. All right, Tom Homan and Los Angeles. Look, Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles is going bonkers. She's on the street, causing a scene, trying to stop ICE from doing their jobs. But it is what it is. The same pain.
Well, several suspects are now in custody after a Texas police officer was shot in the neck while responding to a call outside of an ICE facility. So it happened in Alvarado.
So now it's spreading across the United States. A lot is going on. Check out this in Texas,
which is near Fort Worth. This was over the holiday weekend, and Jonathan Hunt is following this story for us. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning, Dana. This all played out in the late evening of July 4th outside the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado. Police officers responded to a call about a suspicious person outside the center. When they arrived, they saw someone who appeared to have a gun. One of the Alvarado officers tried to talk to that person, and at that point, several other people opened fire on the officer, who was hit in the neck. He was treated at a local hospital and has since been released. Officers arrested a number of people at the scene. A motive for the attack is still being investigated, but the Department of Homeland Security said a group of more than a dozen people had slashed tires of federal vehicles and damaged security cameras at the ICE facility. There was also another attack on an ICE facility in Portland, Oregon, Friday night, a facility that has been the site of an ongoing protest for several weeks. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche wrote on X Saturday morning, quote, "We are closely monitoring the attacks on DHS detention facilities in Prairieland, Texas and Portland, Oregon, and are coordinating with the USAOs and our law enforcement partners. The department has zero tolerance for assaults on federal officers or property and will bring the full weight of the law against those responsible." Now, both attacks, Dana, happened on the day President Trump signed his domestic policy bill into law, a bill, of course, that includes some $45 billion to expand the capacity of immigration detention centers and $31 billion for ICE operations. Dana?
All right, Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
On that topic, Tom Homan joins us. Borders are North Lawn. Tom, good morning to you, and thank you for your time today.
Good morning.
Let's get to the big, beautiful bill in a moment. Who were these suspects who were fired, who actually fired the shots and were later arrested? Who were they, Tom?
Look, they're your typical protesters that go from protesters to criminals. The attack on ICE officers, you've covered it many times, is up nearly 700% now. We were talking 500% a couple weeks ago, so it continues. The rhetoric against the men and women of ICE is skyrocketing, especially by members of Congress. We have senators, we have Congress people that compare ICE to the Nazis, compare ICE to racists, and it just continues. So the public thinks, well, if a member of Congress can attack ICE, why can't we? So the rhetoric has to stop, or it's a matter of time for someone to, one of the ICE officers goes down or a criminal goes down. But we already see an officer go down.
To be clear, so these were American citizens? These weren't illegals who opened fire?
No. As far as the investigation, I want to get ahead of the local investigation on this, but they appear to be agitators, people that are protesting ICE operations, damaging ICE property, want to attack ICE officers.
Okay, let's talk about the money. And Tom, you got a lot of it. $170 billion for immigration in the big beautiful bill. Here's what it'll cover, all right? $46 billion for border wall construction. That could be completed by the time President Trump's second term is done. $45 billion expanding immigration detention capacity. $30 billion for the ICE hiring and training. $6 billion for border technology and surveillance. And it really appears that really has not been something that's been talked about a lot in this bill. But that's going to go a long way. In addition, put this up. You have 10,000 new ICE agents. Currently, you employ 5,000. You add 10,000 more for a total of 15,000. Tom, how will immigration in America change with that amount of resources going into the operation that you run?
Look, this is the first time I've seen an ICE plus up in decades. I mean, I started in 1984. I saw the Border Patrol get plussed up, 4 or 5 times. When I was in the Border Patrol, we had like 4,000 agents. Now they got 20,000. ICE has never been plussed up at a meaningful level. And that was a problem because the more you plus up Border Patrol, the more the arrests on the border increase. When they arrest them, they go in detention. Now it's ICE's job, detention. It's ICE's job, transportation. It's ICE's job to go to immigration proceedings. It's ICE's job for removal. So ICE has never been plussed up at the level. This is the biggest plus up we've ever seen, which is going to create efficiencies in the program. We can transport people, detain people, remove people quickly, but it also adds more officers to the streets, which we need. You just said it. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers at ICE. We got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. And I see the rhetoric right now. ICE, the number 3,000 days is ridiculous. Well, I want to be clear. If you do the math, we would have to arrest 7,000 people every day for the remainder of the Trump administration just to remove those that Biden released into the country. So $3,000, 3,000 people a day is not unreasonable. This gives more agents on the street to arrest more criminals, more national security threats. It couldn't come fast enough.
Tom, will this change some aspects of America?
Look, I think it's going to make America safer. For every criminal alien we take off the street and deport to another country, for every national security threat. Look, we got over 200 Iranians who are arrested since the Iran conflict. So this is going to make this community safer. Bill, we got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. With this plus up, we can take them into custody, remove them quicker. That's going to make this country safe again. We're going to show the whole world that if you enter this country illegally, which is a crime, and you commit yet another crime here, there is zero tolerance. We're going to find you and deport you. We got to show the world there's consequences for violating our law.
One more thing here. We watched about a week ago, Everglades, southern Florida, Alligator Alcatraz was open. Here's a headline. Alligator Alcatraz 2.0, second migrant detention center plan in the Florida Everglades. You've got that, and you've got Stephen Miller, who said this about a week ago. Roll this.
We want to go to every Republican state, pick up the phone, call DHS, work with us to build facilities in your state so that we can get the illegals out, we can get the criminals out.
Tom, which states do you see accepting that today?
Look, I think every red state governor would want to help us do this, because we need a lot more beds. We need 100,000 beds, and right now we got about 58,000 in custody. So we got to ramp up those beds quickly. Thank God, Governor DeSantis came through. This is a great facility. It's got an airstrip right there that we're going to use not only to deport people from that facility, we're going to use that as a staging area for the East Coast. We got a staging facility in Arizona. We got one in Texas. It's great. In Louisiana, it's great to have one in Florida. But I hope all the red state governors step up and help us do this, because we need beds quickly. And they got a prison system. They can certainly build upon that. But it's also going to give an efficiency to American taxpayer. Detention facilities are expensive. We're looking for the best deal out there. We're still going to count on our private contractors. They do it better. They do it cheaper than the U.S. government does it. But we want the governor to step up. This is their problem too. I mean, what Biden administration did to this country is a problem for every state in the country, even blue states. But I just don't think they're going to step up, because they're too busy attacking ICE and they're too busy attacking Trump policies.
On that point, quick question, quick answer. Could this get ugly?
As long as the false stories go out, being pushed out by the media and members of the Hill, it could get ugly. I just hope the rhetoric stops, because we're talking about life and death here. These men and women of ICE, the men and women of Border Patrol, remember this, they're mothers and fathers too. They don't hang their heart on a hook when they go to work. They're enforcers of laws enacted by Congress. If you don't like it, go protest Congress.
Tom Homan, thank you for your time. We'll speak again.
Tom Homan, he got the bag right now, man. The big, beautiful bill is passed. So Tom Homan, the bank, he got it. So if you are in the country illegally, I don't know, man. All right, here we go. President Trump meets Netanyahu, and Netanyahu nominated this guy for Nobel Peace Prize. Here we go.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Bibi and Sarah with us, friends of mine for a long time, and we had a tremendous success together. And I think it will only go on to be even greater success in the future. So it's really nice to have you at the White House. It's nothing like the White House, and it's great to have you both and all of your wonderful people, Ron. We've worked together for a long time, and we've done well together. We had a great time. I would say it's a lot of work, but we had a great result recently, and we're going to have a lot of great results. So it's great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to express the appreciation and admiration not only of all Israelis, but of the Jewish people and many, many admirers around the world for your leadership of the free world, your leadership of a just cause, and the pursuit of peace and security, which you are leading in many lands, but now especially in the Middle East. We have great opportunities. The President has an extraordinary team. And I think our teams together make an extraordinary combination to meet challenges and seize opportunities. But the president has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak in one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, Bibi.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Now, I should say a lot of people are not, really fond of Bibi. They think, Bibi has been doing way too much. However, he represents, in my opinion, the Jewish people. So, look, it's tricky. Okay. So, he nominated the commander-in-chief, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States, President Donald Trump, to get the Nobel Peace Prize. So let's see what happens.
It's a great honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, have you spoken with any of the families of the victims of the Texas flood? And can you talk about what you would like to do when you travel there on Friday?
Well, we're going to just make it as comfortable as possible for the state of Texas. They have a great governor. They have wonderful senators. They have wonderful representatives, and we're going to work together with them. And we have been working really very hard. This whole table has been working. That was a terrible event. Terrible event. You saw that maybe where Texas was just absolutely so badly hurt by something that was a big surprise late in the evening. So we'll be working with the governor and all of the people of Texas.
Mr. President,
We'll be going on Friday.
Mr. President, there was a security incident in northern Gaza today, right around the time that the Prime Minister was meeting with Secretary of State. This was the Woodcroft. Does that, a number of IDF soldiers reportedly have been injured, possibly killed. Does that in any way put a wrinkle in ceasefire negotiations with Hamas?
I don't think so. They want it. They want to meet and they want to have that ceasefire. So I don't think so. Steve, could you respond to this? You know about it?
Well, I think it's terribly unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate. We were just talking about it, how tragic it is, but we have an opportunity to finally get a peace deal, Mr. Prime Minister, as we discussed, and I'm hopeful for it very quickly.
Mr. President, are the tariff letters that you sent today final offers, or are they negotiable?
More or less final offer.
So South Korea, Japan should take it or leave it?
We're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it in my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it.
And the August 1 deadline, is the August 1 deadline firm now? Is that it?
I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plans on the table? Is there a plan? Has there been any progress in finding countries?
Maybe why don't I let you answer that question?
Mr. President,
Wait a minute, wait, he's got to answer the
Oh,
question.
sorry.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future, and those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give, again, the freedom to choose. Palestinians should have it, and I hope that we can secure it close by.
And we've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen. Brian, did you have something?
Mr. President, you've mentioned before you want to go down as your legacy as a peacemaker. Are we in the last chapter of closing out peace amongst this conflict now and all the other ones that you're working on?
Well, I hope so. Look, we did a job with India and Pakistan and Serbia, Kosovo, and Rwanda and the Congo, and this was all over the last 3 weeks or so, Marco, right? We did, and others that were ready to fight, and we stopped a lot of fights. I think a very big one, frankly, a very, very big one was India and Pakistan, and we stopped that over trade. We're dealing with India and we're dealing with Pakistan, and we say we're not going to be dealing with you at all if you're going to fight. And they were maybe at a nuclear stage. They're both, nuclear powers. And I think stopping that was very important. We're trying to help out with a Biden-created monster, this whole thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's a horrible thing, and I'm not happy with President Putin at all. But this is something that would have never happened if I were president. This was a war that was never going to happen. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, how would you address your critics that in the election they said that you would cause the next World War III, when in fact you're solving all the problems?
I'm stopping wars. I'm stopping wars. And I hate to see people killed. Like, as an example, Ukraine and Russia. They're not Americans there being killed. They're not Israeli that are being killed. These are all Russians and all Ukrainians. But it's 5,000, maybe 7,000 last week, 7,500 last week, mostly soldiers. But people in towns and cities that are getting hit, but mostly death is mostly soldiers. Now, so they don't come from here, but it's 7,000 last week souls. And if I can stop that, they have parents and they have sisters and brothers and getting married, and who knows, they're just people, but they're souls. And if I can stop a war, because I have an ability to do so, I'm disappointed, frankly, that President Putin hasn't stopped. I'm not happy about it either.
Mr. President, on the Iran talks, can you say if you've scheduled the next round of Iran talks, and then also on strikes?
We have scheduled Iran talks, and they want to talk. They took a big drubbing. I think when we hit the 3 sites, really, I would say the 3 sites, not just the one. The one was a big one, and it was deep in granite, and it was obliterated. It turned out the Atomic Energy Commission said it is obliterated. I would just want to take our hats off to those incredible flyers, the people that flew that big machine, and frankly, the mechanics and everybody else. I mean, they had zero. They flew for 37 hours with zero problem mechanically. I mean, when you think in carrying the biggest bombs ever, the biggest bombs that we've ever dropped on anybody, when you think non-nuclear, and we want to keep it non-nuclear, by the way. But they did a phenomenal job. It was an amazing job, and I think that was, I was talking to Bibi about it before, that was the very beginning of the end. It ended very quickly after that. I don't want to say what it reminded me of, but if you go back a long time ago, it reminded people of a certain other event, and is Harry Truman's picture is now in the lobby, in a nice location in the lobby where it should have been, but that stopped a lot of fighting, and this stopped a lot of fighting. When that happened, it was a whole different ballgame.
On future Iran strikes, what might make you have the desire to do another strike on Iran?
Another what?
Another strike on Iran.
I hope we're not going to have to do that. I can't imagine wanting to do that. I can't imagine them wanting to do it. They want to meet. They want to meet. They want to work something out.
Can you say
No,
when?
they're different. They're very different now than they were 2 weeks ago.
Is there a date yet, sir, for the Iran talks or a city? Do you know when and where the next round of Iran talks will be?
Well, I can tell you. I'd rather not say, but you'll be reading about it tomorrow or seeing it tomorrow.
Mr. President, what is the holdup currently in a ceasefire with Hamas?
In which?
In the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, what's currently the holdup?
I don't think there is a holdup.
Well,
I don't think there's a holdup.
do you think that you're going to?
I think things are going along very well. They just, left each other, and it was not a pleasant period of a few days. It was a little longer than a few days, but this was not a pleasant period of time. And we were at the end. 14 missiles were shot, and every single missile was shot out of the air. It was pretty amazing. That was sort of the end. And they told us they were coming and where they were and what time they were coming. And they said, if you'd like to have a different time, we'll do that. And that's respect when they do that. I appreciated that they did that. There was no surprise. We got the soldiers out of the base in Qatar, in this case. But they knew they were coming. 14 missiles were coming. 1 o'clock, they said, would you like to make it later? I said, no, let them come at 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, everybody was, as you know, over 5,000 people left the base. And we had 3 gunners and 3 assistants. And out of the 14 that were shot, all 14 were knocked down. And that was the end. That was about it. And we had a rough time. But sometimes, sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East. And they respect us, and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place. Nobody's ever seen equipment like what we sent over to knock out those sites. But when those sites were knocked out, that was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact. And no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life, we cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors. And I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership. And by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Mr. President, a question on Iran. You asserted that there's complete and total destruction of their nuclear facilities. So what is the basis of the talks going forward? Is it to cap future nuclear activity? Is it ballistic missiles, terror support, economic-based opportunities? What are the
It's really a good question because if you remember when it was done, I sort of said, what's the purpose of talking? It's been knocked out completely. But they've requested a meeting, and I'm going to go to a meeting, and if we can put something down on paper, that will be fine. That'll be good. I think they've gained a lot of respect for us. I think they've gained a lot of respect for Israel also. But they would like to meet, and we're going to have a meeting. Steve, when is that meeting going to be? Do you want to say?
Rather, very quickly, in the next week or so.
So we'll see what happens. I think it would be nice to memorialize it, put it down, but because of the incredible result of that attack, if you want to call it an attack, I didn't think it was necessary to have it in writing. I think we spoke. I mean, that speaks much louder than writing. But I can also understand why they'd want it. And they've been very nice. They've been very respectful. And it began by them telling us about 14 they had to do. You know what 14 represents, right? Do you know what 14 represents? Right? You know that, right? The number of bombs dropped. So it was, representative. We got them all. Please, behind you, please. No, you.
Oh, me? So this is a question for the Prime Minister. The likely next mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, and a vocal critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City. if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. You know, after October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels, after which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vowed never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows, we don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist, he's a communist. And he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave, otherwise he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with us who thought this was going to be a very glamorous, easy job. He's the ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, former governor, former everything. I'd say he's a former everything, and respected and loved by everybody. And he loves Israel. He loves the state of Israel, and nobody loves it much more. And he's not Jewish, and he loves Israel. And he wanted to be there. I said, you know, Mike, it could be dangerous. No. Well, at least I was right about that. He was in every bunker you could be in. He was running around from bunker to bunker, but he's still with us, fortunately, and he's done a great job. Would you say a few words, Mike?
Just want to say what an honor it is to serve you, Mr. President, and to see a historic horizon that we're looking at in the Middle East. And when the President made his trip to the Middle East, and then he really reached out to the new Syrian government, knowing they needed a partner, and knowing that they could pick the wrong partner. And what the President did, which took us all off guard, but the strategic move in that has set up something that is absolutely historic. And Mr. President, I don't even think you fully comprehend the impact that you're having on the region in a way that is so remarkable. And it was your leadership, your foresight, you did that. When the B-2s went in, the celebration, the sense of partnership that you gave with the Israeli people was so dramatic. But the message was bigger than to Israel. It was a message to the world. America's friends can trust us, but America's foes had better fear us. And that is a message that the President sent to everyone on the planet. And it is a message that will resonate toward a matter of peace, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. So thank you.
Great job you're doing, Tim.
Thank you.
They love you over there. They respect him and they love him.
Mr. President.
You know, it's very, very interesting. We had the pilots here yesterday, as you know, and they were incredible. And we also had the mechanics. We had a lot of people here that had to do, a lot of people, I think about 170 people that had to do with that incredible journey, a journey that could have been horrible. You remember what happened with Jimmy Carter with the helicopters and all of the problems, and ultimately hostages. We had the exact opposite. Everything was perfect. It worked perfectly. But I didn't realize, I was saying to one, is this something that you felt strongly about? Absolutely, sir. I couldn't wait. I said, better than you, really better you than me. But they couldn't wait. He said, "Sir, we've been practicing for this mission for more than 20 years. From just after 2000, they've been thinking and practicing to go into that area." I guess you probably know that better than anybody, Pete. They've been looking at going in, but they never had a president that would allow them to do it. And perhaps right, perhaps wrong. I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't realize they were preparing for that journey from just a little bit after 2000, the year 2000. And I was pretty amazed by that. They knew it. They knew every inch of it. And they came back and they said, "We got it better than we ever did in practice." But they've been practicing for more than 20 years. Can you imagine? Yeah.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. Very sad. So many people are dying in that mess.
Mr. President, with the One Big Beautiful Bill now signed into law by you, what would you like congressional Republicans to turn their focus to?
All they have to do now is talk about how good it is. The biggest tax cuts ever. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, think of it, no tax on overtime. From a business standpoint, the jobs are coming in like we've never seen them before. As soon as that was signed, there were 9 factories that announced that they were building the one-year deductibility, things that from a business standpoint you'd understand. The jobs that are being created. And one of the things that is, and this is also that, but it's also because of the tariffs, a tremendous success. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. One of the things that is so exciting is the number of companies and car companies where they're building plants. AI is the big thing. We have over $15 trillion announced already, and it's been, really, I would say it's been during the last 3 months, but we're here for a short period of time, and some administrations never had anywhere near that number for a whole term, probably for a whole 2 terms. But we're up to over $15 trillion coming into our country. There's never been anything like it anywhere in the world. There's never been an investment like that anywhere in the world. Look, I told this story, and I just told it to Bibi backstage. I was talking to him, and I said, the King of Saudi Arabia, smart guy. And also we went to Qatar, and we went to UAE. Really 3 strong leaders, smart guys. They all told me the same thing, and then that was reiterated at NATO just recently when we got back, where they agreed to spend $1 trillion a year, by the way, which is about 3 times what they were spending. But they all said the same thing. We thought your country was dead. Horrible term, right? We thought the United States of America was dead. And now you're presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. I think Bibi would admit it, even hotter than Israel, although Israel was pretty hot about a week ago, I can tell you, for the wrong reasons. But we are the hottest country in the world right now, and it happened faster than anybody thought possible. But we have over $15 trillion, and that means jobs, and that means building, and that means things like we've never seen before. So all we can do is keep working hard. There'll be always surprises. Some of the surprises are going to be bad surprises.
Mr. President, again, real quick, on Iran, in your view, is the war between Israel and Iran over? Or do those talks need to happen before you can?
Well, I would say that the best man to answer that is the Prime Minister. But I will tell you that, in my view, I hope it's over. Yeah, I think Iran wants to meet. I think they want to make peace, and I'm all for it. Now, if that's not the case, we are ready, willing, and able. But I don't think we're going to have to be. But I think Bibi would answer that question very well.
I think the partnership between Israel and the United States, the partnership between President Trump and me, produced a historic victory. It's an incredible victory, actually. It brought the greatest capabilities of the United States that are unmatched with the great capabilities of Israel and the Army of Israel, pilots of Israel, soldiers of Israel, and the Mossad. And the combination of these 2 extraordinary capacities produced a decisive result. set back the two tumors that were threatening the life of Israel, the nuclear tumor and the ballistic missile tumor, because they were planning to build 20,000 of these things and launch it on a country the size of New Jersey. And no country could withstand that. So what do you do when you have two things that are going to kill you? You have to remove them. With our combined effort, we did. But when you remove a tumor, doesn't mean that it can't come back. You have to constantly monitor the situation to make sure that there's no attempt to bring it back. So we've had a great achievement, and I think part of the effort of consolidating this and ensuring that we don't have to repeat this is to monitor this carefully. Of course, the President and I are talking about it, our teams are talking about it, but there's no question this is a historic victory, and I think, as was said here today, this has already changed the face of the Middle East.
But it's not over in your view.
But I think that there is an opportunity here to create a historic expansion of the Abraham Accords, which were themselves an act of history, that deserve a Nobel Prize for the President. But I think the opportunities are much bigger, and I hope, I'd like to believe that Iran would not test our fortitude, because it would be a mistake.
And do you believe that regime change is still necessary there?
I think it's up to the people of Iran.
You do.
Mr. Prime Minister, speaking on Syria, the Trump administration was fully supportive of the changes in Syria, backing the new regime there. Obviously, your government more cautious from a security standpoint. Are you comfortable with the pace of change, with the security situation vis-a-vis Syria right now?
I think there's an opportunity to explore. I think that everyone understands that the situation has changed. Before that, Iran was essentially running Syria, okay, directly through Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been brought to its knees. Iran is out of the picture. So I think this presents opportunities for stability, for security, and eventually for peace. And I think that's been opened up also by the fact that the President has opened up a channel. So they have something, there's a lot to lose by going back to conflict, and there's a lot to gain by moving towards peace. And I think that opportunity has been opened by the President and by the changed security situation which we brought about with the collapse of the Assad regime.
Are there direct talks with the Assad government?
Now, let's suppose there were. Would I answer yes? No, right?
That's my duty to ask.
Right? It's your duty to ask, and my duty to ask you back. So,
you know, at the request of a lot of countries in the surrounding area of the Middle East, including Bibi, we took the sanctions off Syria, and I met the new leader. I was very impressed by him. Somebody said, well, he comes from a very tough background. I said, well, you know, I'm not that surprised. It's a tough part of the world. But I was very impressed by him. But we took the sanctions off because we want to give them a chance. They would never have had a chance without the sanctions. And one of the things we have with Iran is, you know, we have they call it they are very biting sanctions. And I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel, as they were doing. You know, they were the bully of the Middle East, and now they're not the bully anymore. But they were saying terrible things, and would like to see them. They have such potential. You know, they have the oil power, and they have great people, smart people, energetic people, amazing. And I know so many Iranians from New York. I have a lot of friends, and they're great people. So it's a shame when you see a thing like this happen. But I think that taking the sanctions off of Syria is going to give Syria a great shot at making it.
Mr. President, on Gaza, follow up on a congressional question. Are there any executive orders that you'd like to see Congress focus on when they come back in session? Do you have any that you prioritize to go first?
Well, we've done a lot of them in the last, as you know, and I always say the great, big, beautiful bill. I add the word great. But it was the largest bill of its kind ever passed. We were talking about it before. It was beauty. But, you know, a lot of the things that we did, executive orders, have been codified in the legislation that we just had passed. And we're going to be sending in a lot more over the next period of about 2 months separately. But a lot of it was part of that beautiful big bill.
Mr. President, on tariffs, what happened to 90 trade deals in 90 days?
We've spoken to everybody. We know everything. It's all done.
Well, it's day 80.
I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. We have, I don't think, and you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent a letter. This is exactly what I said. Now, we've made a deal with United Kingdom. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal, so we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting. We could be asking for much more. But for the sake of relationships that we've had with a lot of really good countries, we're doing the way I do it. But we could be getting a lot more. We could ask for a lot more than what we're asking for.
Let's say we're done because you're sending the letters. To follow up on what Ed had asked earlier, you're counting these as deals by saying, here's the tariff rate we're going to charge.
I'm saying, here it is. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. I hope you make a lot of money, and you're going to pay us money. They were ripping us. They were charging us tariffs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have some countries who are charging 200% tariffs and making it impossible to do business. And what the tariffs are doing is they're driving people in and companies into the United States. That's why we're building all of the work that you see happening in this country right now, and it's at a record level. All the factories, all of the AI institutions that are being built. It's largely because, I think it's because of November 5th, the good election, and I think it's because of the tariffs. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. What's for dinner?
What for dinner? That guy, too funny. All right, we just saw BB and the commander-in-chief, as well as SecDef and so many other guys over here. So, look, we should not be fighting over religious beliefs, okay? Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, it's your choice, okay? Christians believe Muslims are not legitimate. Muslims, or maybe not all Christians, maybe not all Muslims, but these things just create, and some Muslims believe Christianity is not legitimate. But some Muslims that I've had a conversation with, they say there's actually no Islam or Muslims without Jesus Christ, so they accept that there was or there is a Jesus, but they still say their own Muhammad is supposed to be the savior. I don't know, look, but really, who truly knows? Everybody's acting like they know. Who knows? Okay, nobody's been to heaven, nobody's been to hell, so just chill, okay, and let love lead. Stop saying Christianity is trash, or stop saying Muslim is trash, because you don't know. Okay, you just don't know. You act like you do because you read a book. Everybody read a book, okay? We did a research, you read a book. That's all you did. You didn't go to heaven, you didn't go to hell. So calm down and love your neighbor, okay? So, on to the next.
So we watched it live, that update on the unimaginable tragedy unfolding in Texas. Officials gave that update at the top of the hour. And now the latest death count, at least 89 people are dead after unprecedented flash flooding.
about 8 hours ago, the death toll has gone up to about 104 people. Can you imagine? 104 people is gone. So, man, look, we just gotta pray for Texas. I mean, what did they do to deserve this? You know, sometimes people argue about nonsense, trash. Like, what are you arguing about? These are people who just lost their lives. 104 about 8 hours ago. That was a death toll. And we're here arguing about what? Indeed. Christianity. Muslims. Like, what are you doing? Relax, yo. Relax. Sometimes, it just baffles me how people talk about absolutely nothing when the real issue is right here in front of you. Kids lost their lives, and we argue about things that we should not be arguing with when we could just look at these people and say, you know what? Man, my heart breaks for these people. So please relax, okay? Relax. Everything you know, you read in a book. That's it.
Another 41 remain unaccounted for. And as one of the officials said in the update last hour, that's what they know. The unknown is where there are other people that they haven't even been told are missing. The mayor of Kerrville, Texas, where the bulk of the storm hit, said it's going to be a tough week. Officials say more torrential rain is on the way. And over the weekend, what we saw was heartbreaking, apocalyptic. An entire home swept away by floodwaters that rose over 20 feet in minutes. Texas Senator Ted Cruz says more than 850 high water rescues have been conducted since the flooding began. And one Coast Guard rescue swimmer, Petty Officer 3rd Class Scott Ruskin, is being called a hero after he rescued 165 people. Ruskin joined Fox and Friends earlier today.
Even as a professional rescuer, I was nervous about getting in the water. I can't imagine how 8, 9, 10-year-olds, like, these kids are heroic. Like, they need to get the credit they're getting that they need. They like, some of the camp counselors were saving lives before we even got there. So, I mean, without those guys, it would be a lot worse situation. It's still very tragic. But I think there definitely needs to be a lot of heroism, praise to the survivors. They were saving themselves.
This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host, Emily Campagno.
Know what I don't understand about human beings? Like, we talk with total certainty. Like, you know for sure. I know for sure this is this is that. You do not know for sure. There's so many things we think that we know that we don't know. Matter of fact, knowing that you do not know is the true knowledge. And I know I don't know stuff. So I'm learning. And I'll keep learning till my last day in this world. But when you act like you actually know, you are far from knowledge. Because thinking that you know means you do not even know that you don't know. It's like, what?
Also joining us today, Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News contributor, Riley Gaines, host of Gaines for Girls and Outkick contributor, and Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow on Fox Business. Let's go straight to Christina Coleman, who is live for us in Kerrville, Texas. Christina.
Hi, Harris. Yes, this is just an absolutely tragic situation as rescue efforts continue after this swift floodwaters swept through this area. I mean, just go ahead and take a look at that debris there behind me. You can see all of it crushed and mangled there. Cars, heavy machinery. And if you go ahead and take a look further, you could see this tree branch that is bent over. That is how high the water got to during that heavy flooding. And take a look at this. You can see some of the widespread devastation, more vehicles that were swept through the water, trees knocked over. All of this left after the unprecedented flooding here in the Hill Country. Rain pounded this area early Friday morning, triggering a surge in the Guadalupe River. It rose at least 26 feet in less than an hour. Authorities just confirmed in a briefing that crews have recovered 75 bodies here in Kerr County alone, including 48 adults and 27 children. Meantime, crews continue to work around the clock during this massive search and rescue operation.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water, even potentially, with weather, in the rising fields.
10 campers and one camp counselor are missing from nearby Camp Mystic. The Christian camp released a statement saying, quote, Camp Mystic is grieving the loss of 27 campers and counselors following the catastrophic flooding on the Guadalupe River. They say their hearts are broken alongside the families that are enduring this unimaginable tragedy. They say they are praying for them constantly. Yesterday, President Donald Trump signed a major disaster declaration for this area to help those impacted by this historic flooding. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says the president is committed to using all the resources that the federal government needs to help unify families, rescue all missing victims, and help folks displaced by the catastrophic flooding. And Texas Senator Ted Cruz says he spoke with the president about this situation as well. Take a listen.
The president said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down.
And again, they are working around the clock. There's been at least 850 high water rescues in this area since Friday, and more rain is expected here over the next few days. And of course, we will continue to keep an eye on that and all of the developments as the search and rescue operations continue. Harris?
Christina, the water still looks really high. I mean, I know that we were waiting for waters to recede before more rain potentially comes, but wow, thank you so very much. You know, Larry, there are no perfect words. I've struggled today with what to even say. And when you hear Senator Ted Cruz and Representative Buddy Carter, whose daughters were rescued by one of those very heroic rescuers, you realize, yeah, being at a loss for words is right where we all are right now. Just prayer.
That's right. I think the best thing anybody can do is prayer. Is exactly right. And we should be grateful. 850 high water rescues. That's, as bad as the deaths of these kids in the camp, at least people were rescued. I think that's really important, and that's part of your prayer theme. What this chap, Scott Ruskin, did, rescuing 165 people, will go down as a remarkable achievement. Good for him, great for him, and great for the people that he rescued. It seems like it's a once-in-a-100-year catastrophic event. And in many ways, we're simply powerless over this. We will do what we can. We will mobilize the local and the state and the federal. And there's no question about that. Everybody's on the stick. But what can you do with a 100-year catastrophe? I don't know. I don't have anything to add to it.
You know, I thought, Emily, it was just so touching watching Scott Raskin there call the little ones heroes who were willing to be rescued and jump into the water and just be brave for just a moment.
That's right. The petty officer also sort of deflecting any calls for him as a hero. He said, I'm just doing my job. And he said the acknowledgement goes to my entire team and the rest of the Coast Guard and the other 20 agencies we are working in concert with to rescue these young souls and the souls across the county. And just to underscore as well, I don't think I can ever, frankly, wrap my mind around how much, the amount of volume of the water, how high it truly was, 29 feet in 46 minutes. As the Kerrville city manager said earlier today, he said on a good day, it takes 45 minutes to even reach the camp, to reach Camp Mystic. Well, in 46 minutes, many of those young angels were swept away. And when I think about the wherewithal of those young girls and the counselors in the camp writing the names of the campers on their skin so they could be identified when they're found. One of the counselors earlier today, she was 16, her name is Callie, and she said she wore her name tag on. She made sure to pin her name tag on.
Yeah.
So she said, when they find my body, they'll know my name. And that amount of trauma that those young angels have gone through, I just can't wrap my brain around other than to be grateful that they knew Jesus. Because when I think about, I went to camp when I was 5 through 15, I worked at it. We didn't have electricity. And I was 2 weeks away, slumber camp. I was safe there, and I felt safe because my big sis was there in a different cabin. And for all of these just young children, my heart just breaks for all of Texas and their families.
I read that
yes.
the 2 kids that were best friends were holding their hands, and they were found dead holding their hands.
Oh,
That's just an incredible thing. Absolutely incredible thing. Prayer. You're right. Prayer.
Yes.
Prayer. That's all we can do, and that's what we should do.
I think, this has been personal covering this weekend. I also grew up going to a similar Christian sleepaway camp. And one of the things that some of these parents have said of these young girls who haven't been found yet is that they're at least thankful that they were in a place that they loved, in a place where they were surrounded by friends, in a place where they looked forward to going to every year. That's exactly how I felt about my camp. It was the highlight of my summer. I worked there all throughout high school. And you can just only hope that those girls were surrounded by their friends at this time, that they were surrounded by people that they loved, that they were in an environment where they felt safe and cherished. And it's just devastating, the story that you mentioned, Larry. They were 2 sisters, Blair and Brooke Harbor, 13 and 11 years old.
Sisters. I didn't even realize that.
13 and 11 years old. And, as a soon-to-be mom, it makes it that much more trying to cover this. You just can't imagine the heartbreak of those parents at this time.
Yeah, one of the things, Riley, that we learned from the news conference was really what comes next steps. And I quoted the mayor saying it's going to be a tough week. The next steps are this still could be a rescue. I believe in miracles.
Of course.
Right?
We talked to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick in Texas this past weekend, and that's exactly what he said. He said, yes, there, of course, are still children and adults, for that matter, who are still unaccounted for. But we are treating every single person that is missing at this point as if they are still alive. We recognize that every single second matters. And it was really powerful to hear that. And I think I take the same approach that Kaylee does. Feeling this little daughter that I have moving around in my stomach, like the past few days, I felt guilty feeling that, knowing that there are parents in Texas who will never see their precious daughters again. Like it breaks my heart. It's a visceral reaction at this point. And I think too, like going into motherhood in the next few months for myself and the next few weeks for Kaylee, like it's a different kind of perspective. I can't even imagine, of course, prayers with the victims, prayers for our first responders who have been so diligent. And of course, prayers to the parents of these young girls, those, of course, who have passed away, and those who are still unaccounted for.
Amen.
Larry, for those of us whose kids are not in camp anymore, I mean, my girls went through that about 8 years ago and were in camps. And I just hope that those parents understand that the good Lord has them. And that you didn't make a wrong decision by sending your child to camp. You gave her so many memories and delicious moments that you were describing you would look forward to as a child. That is one part of grief that really hits us, especially if we're dealing with the pain of unknowing.
Yeah. I went to camp also, long time. Actually, I was a head tennis counselor at this camp. But really, yes, sometimes it's very hard to understand God's will and God's way, okay? We are Christians. This was a Christian camp. These things are very, very difficult. And you want to say prayer or some kind of meditation or something to God or to some kind of higher power, something. You want to do that, but it's hard. It's very, very hard. To my 2 female colleagues, I don't know you very well, God bless your voting for life. God bless your voting for life, too. Voting is probably not the right word, but I'm going to use it. Life is so important. Here's where I'm going with this. Every day in God's universe, every single day is wonderful and fabulous and a blessing.
Facts.
Every single day. That's
Facts.
all I can say on that one.
Amen.
Facts, man. That's an older guy who knows the essence of life because we just treat life like, we always trying to pick up a fight every single time. When I read the chat, everybody's trying to pick up a fight. It's like, relax, chill, man. Like, it's not this serious. You're fighting over stuff you should not be fighting over. God is God. Stop trying to be assistant God or assistant Jesus or assistant. Relax. Okay? You are a human being like everybody else. You have thousands, probably a million things that you do not know, and you act like you do. So just be thankful that you have life and you have air in your nostrils and in your lungs that you're breathing. That's what you need to be thankful about. That you can see the sun, you can breathe in the air. That's what you need to be thankful about. And stop fighting over nothing. All right, Senator Ted Cruz has a lot to say about people blaming Donald Trump for what's going on.
Texas is grieving right now. The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare. Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade. The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. For the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. Do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imaginable. But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850. You look at extraordinary stories of Eagle Scouts pulling campers out of harm's way. I was just hearing a story of one counselor whose head was right at the water holding up 2 mattresses with campers on those mattresses. That kind of courage, that kind of selflessness. And then there are the first responders. The local first responders, I want to thank every one of the first responders at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level. In the first few hours of this flood, I was on the phone with Governor Abbott, was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, was on the phone with Nim Kidd, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and then I called President Trump. I called President Trump. He was having dinner at the time. It was still early in what was transpiring. And I wanted him to know, I said, Mr. President, everything we're hearing right now, this appears to be bad, really bad. There may be a very significant loss of life unfolding right now in Texas. And I will tell you, the President said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air, National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage, but the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone. I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers. And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take love. It is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts. This morning I met with a group of chaplains who've been going through the incredibly difficult process of talking to mom and dad after mom and dad who just lost the most precious person they ever knew. And those chaplains are just trying to love them and show God's love. So I want to say we will come through this. To those in the midst of grief right now, that might seem hard to fathom. But Texas will come through this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to these gentlemen here who are working. They are not sleeping. They are working every day. Thank you to the families. Thank you to the Salvation Army. Thank you to everyone who is just reaching out and saying, how can I help? We will come through this, and we'll come through this together. Thank you. And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how no kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame their political opponents for a natural disaster. And you see that with a hurricane, with a tornado, with a wildfire, with this flooding, where people immediately say, well, the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault. You know, look, I think most normal Americans know that's ridiculous. And I think this is not a time for partisan finger pointing and attacks. Now, after we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? And what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life? And that's a natural process. I think it should not happen in a bitter and partisan sense, but it should happen in a reasonable sense of saying, what lessons can we learn? And I will give an example. You know, Houston's my hometown. If you live on the Gulf Coast, we get hurricanes. That's part of living on the Gulf Coast as hurricanes hit. And I do think Texas as a whole has learned over time how to deal more effectively with hurricanes. And so you look here, we know the National Weather Service put out an emergency warning just after 1 a.m. and a second emergency warning just after 4 a.m. Now, obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, A, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. But everyone would agree in hindsight, if we could go back and do it again, we would evacuate particularly those in the most vulnerable areas, the young children in the cabins closest to the water. We would remove them and get them to higher ground if we could go back and do it again. Obviously, everyone would. The people in RVs by the river's edge. We know in disasters like this, RVs and mobile homes are particularly susceptible, whether a flood or a hurricane or a tornado, they're particularly susceptible to that. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster. But next time there's a flood, I hope we have in place processes to remove especially the most vulnerable from harm's way. But I think that's going to be a process that will take a careful examination of what happened and how can we implement processes better in the future to prevent this same loss of life.
Senator, there were claims that the National Weather Service sent that first flash flood warning that should have alerted phones at 1:14 in the morning. But we have a federal public database maintained by PBS Warn, that says the first emergency alert wirelessly here in this area to Kerr County was not until after 9 a.m. That was more than 4 hours after the severe flooding had come to this area. Did you know that? Have you seen that? And what's your response, knowing the state and cuts to NWS in recent months by this administration?
So I don't know the source for what you're saying. All of the public reporting I've seen is that there were two alerts that went out, one just after 1 a.m., one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning. I think that's contradicted by the facts. And if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level. But number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOJ cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us would want to prevent this horrific loss of life. But I think just immediately trying to use it for either side to attack their political opponents, I think that's cynical and not the right approach, particularly at a time when we're dealing with a crisis and we're dealing with grief.
But does this make you question whether there should be cuts at the National Weather Service and FEMA? I know you've been supportive of FEMA.
Look, I am very supportive of FEMA. I'm very supportive of the National Weather Service. They both perform essential roles, and I think it is critical at every federal agency, particularly when you're dealing with public safety, that we make sure that critical roles are maintained. That's a longer and broader discussion, but as I said, everything from the public evidence indicates that was not a contributing factor to what occurred here.
Is it possible to get Dalton in just to talk about that?
According to the report that I actually read and watched on cable news network, it was early mornings for sure, around 4, and according to Alex Jones, these people already got, well, the city already got an alert 3 hours before, a couple of hours before, but of course nobody knew it was going to be on this level and this magnitude. So look, we can blame each other, we could blame the government, we could blame whatever you want to blame, but you can never ever bring back those lives that were lost. So maybe the only thing we could do is just pray. And I know you guys are like Wikipedia, you know everything.
President Trump will host Israeli Prime
You
Minister
folks
Benjamin
know
Netanyahu at the
everything.
White House in just a few hours, and the president is pushing hard for a ceasefire in Gaza. Here's what Netanyahu had to say about it.
I am committed to the three missions together, releasing and returning all our hostages, both the living and the deceased, eliminating the capabilities of Hamas, driving it out of there, and ensuring that Gaza no longer possesses a threat to Israel. We are working to achieve the much-discussed deal on the conditions that we have agreed to.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter.
Harris, President Trump is going for a twofer today. He believes he can end the war in Gaza and strike a permanent deal with the state that has been sponsoring Hamas in Gaza for decades, Iran.
Well, we're working on a lot of things with Israel, and one of the things is probably a permanent deal with Iran. In other words, they have to give up all of the things that you know so well. They confirmed that. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, and they would have to start all over again at a different location. This one is, the word I used was the correct word, obliteration.
So today it's Trump and Netanyahu. Tomorrow it's Speaker Mike Johnson and Netanyahu. He dismissed the House after they successfully passed the big, beautiful bill, but decided to stay back in D.C. just for this. And there are various reports that Netanyahu is going to meet with some Democratic lawmakers while he's in town as well. But so far, Democrats on relevant committees have been extremely critical of the way Trump and Netanyahu have addressed winding down this war.
Part of why people sort of on the fence voted for Trump is because they're like, well, we do have too many wars, and he says he's going to stop them. He's not bringing peace in the Middle East, for that matter, despite everything they talk about. Their wars continue. The war in Gaza continues. But crucially, Trump made decisions when he came into office that have prolonged this war.
For the record, the historical record, Joe Biden didn't end the war either, and he was the president for more than a year after the October 7th attacks. Harris.
That's what we call a receipt. Peter Doocy, thank you. In focus now, Danny Danone, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. I am feeling hopeful in the sense for the families of the hostages, the 20 living that we know of in Gaza held by Hamas. When I hear the president say, he wants obliteration, he's looking for that, and then talk about a permanent deal somehow with Iran, what are the hope points right now in negotiations that you see?
Well, there are a lot of hopes. First, we are grateful that the Prime Minister is coming for his third visit, Harris, within 3 months into the White House. It showed the strength of the bond between the two leaders and between the nations, and we are grateful for that. And we have to reflect on the achievements that we accomplished together when we fought against Iran. It was amazing. But now we have to look ahead. What we do with Iran, what mechanism we build with diplomacy in order to make sure that Iran will not be capable of doing it all over again. So that will be the first issue to discuss. And for sure, the hostages, almost 2 years, 50 hostages still in Gaza, 20 are still alive. We want them back. There is an offer on the table that Ambassador Witkoff put forward. We said yes, and Hamas is still playing. They said yes, but, and now they start to renegotiate it.
So what is the but? What does Hamas, bloodthirsty, savage beast killers, what do they want? What more?
So now we're talking only about a partial deal that will allow us to receive 10 of the hostages back and few more bodies back to Israel. But they demand more. They demand the full withdrawal of the IDF. They want to make sure they can rebuild their capabilities. And that was not part of the deal. So we didn't say no completely. We sent our top advisors to Doha to negotiate the agreement. And hopefully, with the pressure of President Trump and the negotiators, we will see this partial deal come through.
All right. So I've heard you say it again. Deportation of Hamas would be part of a deal that perhaps they could go for. What in the world does that mean, and who would take these people?
Well, we know for sure that we want all the hostages back to Israel, that Hamas will not be in power. That's given. Now, there are ideas about deporting the leadership of Hamas. It happened in the past when the PLO was deported from Beirut in 1982. So I think you will find countries that will accept them. The problem is they don't want to go. They want to stay in Gaza, continue this radical jihad against Israel. And for them, it's the essence of their existence is to fight Israel. So I think the problem is not finding a host country. I think you will find some of those countries that will accept them, Turkey, Tunisia, Algeria, and others. The problem is to convince Hamas leadership that they have two options, either to leave or we will get to them.
All right, I have to ask, because that says a lot about those countries who would take these people. So is that about money? What is that about?
Well, some of those countries support Hamas for years, allow them to come and stay there, and they have no issues with them. That's unfortunate, but I agree with you. It shows with whom we are dealing.
Has President Trump approached reshaping the way things at least get done in terms of negotiations in the Middle East? Is that too much to say?
No, you have to give him credit. And by the way, I don't know if the committee in Oslo is watching us about the Nobel Peace Prize, but I think he should deserve the award in this coming December because he brought peace to the region by attacking Iran, and now we're negotiating the deal with the Iranian. So he is a man of action. We have seen it on the ground, and I believe we will see some progress also when it comes to Gaza.
And Pakistan and India.
Absolutely.
He stopped a war. He stopped a war in its tracks.
Absolutely, and I have to say that his attack against Iran gave him a lot of credit, and today he has more power to influence other areas in the world.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's concentrate just a little bit more on Iran right now. How much are they able to...
Okay, Iran can do what they do. All right, here we go. The 5.
All of the early warning systems and the weathering forecast abilities of the government. These are the results that we're going to start to see on a daily basis.
The incident comes as the Trump administration is making deep cuts to weather forecasting services.
We're also learning that there were significant staffing shortfalls of the National Weather Service's offices in the region.
I don't think it's helpful to have missing key personnel from the National Weather Service not in place to help prevent these tragedies.
But the White House correcting the record.
The National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed.
So just take it from me, politicizing weather events is not good, and it shouldn't happen. But this happened, Jesse, and great to have you back, around 4 a.m. when everyone was asleep, the river was rising, there was a torrential downpour, so the conditions were absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, Dana, we're praying for the families and hope they do find some survivors. There's a school of thought in the left that says the more people you have, the better results you get. I don't know about that, because imagine this show was called The 10. And they blew up the table, and everybody talked. You'd never have time for Animals Are Great, and they'd have to pay these people twice as much.
They call that CNN.
They call the boxes?
Yes.
Exactly. Or look at I think they call it the golden age of Hollywood. Jessica, pay attention to this one. Back in the day, they had one studio head, okay? And he was the risk taker, made all the decisions, and he had an army of writers, producers, and directors. So he'd approve a script, they'd get it up, and all of a sudden, box office hit. Today, there's, I don't know, an army of executives. They have so many people making decisions that no decision ever gets done, so they just have to reboot old hits. Like, that's why you have Jurassic Park 17. Stephanopoulos should lose his job. This guy's already cost Disney $20 million. He's making about $20 million, and he's got to go because he says that they're understaffed. Now, with the resources that ABC has, they could make one phone call and find out they had plenty of people. But Politico, with a fraction of the staff, gets the right answer. So this guy's going to get iced out for the next 4 years. No one's going to touch him, and he's just dead man walking. These people have emotional problems and bad religion. Let me give you an example, Jessica, and it's good to be back around the table. This climate change thing is a religion to these people because they believe that weather is punishing us for being a rich and successful and prosperous nation. And all they need to do to appease the rain gods is to have everybody use their sacred things like solar panels and stupid cars and windmills. And that's what's going to save lives. All right. And then you have people that blame everything on Donald Trump. So if they get fired, if they stub their toe, if there's a virus, it's his fault. And so you're walking around and dealing with people that are like suspicious pagans. All right. Everything they see as a conspiracy. They're superstitious, but we're not in this anymore. We used to have to battle these people. We are in an age of common sense.
Jessica, I will go to you next. You don't have to. You can choose to comment on whatever you
On
want,
the
but it
golden
is
age
good
of
to have
Hollywood,
Jesse back
or-
around the table.
yeah.
I do think it's a little wild, and when it comes to certain news stories, it's let's wait, let's get all the facts, let's see. But if it's a blame Trump, then it's like all systems go.
Well, you could actually do that for any
For Republicans
story,
too,
so, yeah.
writ large. Take it from me.
Listen, this is one of the more devastating stories that I think we've had to cover as a mother of two daughters that are going to go to camp at some point. I cannot even imagine what that feels like. I've been reading the testimonials, especially about the fathers and grandfathers that are walking around that camp looking for a thermos with their kid's name on it or some sign that they were there. Maybe they find a body of another camper, maybe they find their own child or grandchild. Unimaginable. I'm so sorry for them, and I'm sorry for any hurt that any comments about this tragedy has caused these families. I don't think that talking about preparedness or what might have helped qualifies as impugning the memory of those that have been lost or detracting from the thoughtful conversation that needs to take place, because this river has been flooding for a very long time. There are a number of instances in this. And we were here around the table when Hurricane Helene struck, and I did not hear Jesse Waters, who I'm thrilled is back around the table, saying that Donald Trump should stop spreading lies about the Biden administration and the FEMA funds. Trump came out and he said, they're giving your FEMA dollars to illegals. They're housing them with your FEMA dollars. Then he said, you're only going to get $750 from FEMA, which was a complete lie. And there are Republican officials who have testified to the fact that people did not get their FEMA assistance because of what Trump and other Republicans were saying. You also don't need to trust or go to Democrats to politicize it. You can look at this GOP state rep, Wes Verdell, who said that he would have voted differently on a bill that was before the House last year. I think it was House Bill number 13, that was going to add more money for disaster response and better alert systems, radio towers, et cetera. There are over $54 billion in identified needs in terms of disaster resistance when it comes to these kinds of flash floods that state officials are asking for, and the GOP legislature has rejected them. That is something that they can work on to move forward and hopefully avoid a tragedy like this again.
And well, Kellyanne, I think one thing that we always are constantly reminded of, especially even with Hurricane Helene, is that state and local governments are the ones that are on the front lines of defense, and the federal government can help, but they're not necessarily the ones to blame.
That's right. They're on the first level of defense, but they're also the ones who tend to issue the warnings and then go out to rescue and recover. I mean, the left is very culpable in this one, Jessica, respectfully. They have this playbook now. Number one, blame Trump. Number two, lie in the service of blaming Trump. Refer to number one. And number three, give us your thoughts, never even your prayers. Why aren't they out there helping with rescue and recovery? Why aren't they looking for the thermoses? Why aren't they crediting and lifting up this hero who saved the lives of 168? Why isn't he a household name? Trump, 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 and everything. And it turns out all of it's just a lie. Dana Bash, George Stephanopoulos, Al Sharpton, and other Democrats in the media, and other Democrats everywhere. Lying, climate change. People are talking about climate change from the comfy cockpits of their fossil fuel guzzling private aircraft, telling the rest of us what just went wrong, who's to blame, while people are still looking for loved ones. We didn't have this when I was growing up. Everybody got together. I think the modern Democratic Party, it's hysteria over compassion. It is Trump derangement syndrome, definitely, and it's confrontation over collaboration. And they let that go here. Last point, Trump's the one. He got in late September, early October, he went down to North Carolina after that tragedy. He and Melania went out to the fires right after he was sworn in. He goes where the crisis and the pain exist. And he tries to go when they won't be in the way of rescue and recovery. He goes to share people's pain and try to add some compassion, some federal resources. The Democratic Party is so hollowed out in their anger and their misery and their bitterness towards one man who's on a 2-week hot streak that they can't even express enough compassion to the loss of life, which includes kids our own ages.
Yeah.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
All right. So when it comes to this floods and natural disaster, I remember last year, like I said yesterday, both Republican and Democrat almost do the same thing. Okay. They almost do the same thing. It's like, Jesus. Last year, some Republican were blaming Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So now, of course, I expect Democrat to blame Trump. It's just how politics goes. Okay. It's just how it goes. However, people have died. Okay. People have died. So let's just respect the dead and just say our prayers instead of pointing fingers. All right. All right. Elon Musk. Okay. The American Party, I say, go for it.
Beautiful
Go
beef is
for it,
back.
Elon Musk. Go for it. Look, nobody should try to stop Elon Musk from starting his own political party because he has the right to. And nobody should call him a South African because when he was dropping millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, everybody was like, oh, yeah, that's our guy right there. But now he's about to start his own political party. He's a South African. So please relax, okay? Let him do what he wants to do. If he decides to do the American Party, fine, okay? I believe it is going to fail. However, I don't think it should be stopped. Let the man, the American Party, let the party fail in peace, all right? Y'all don't try to stop him or try to belittle him now because everybody supported this guy when he was supporting Trump. So let him do what he wants to do.
Elon Musk wants to launch a third party called the America Party. President Trump says he's saddened to watch his former first buddy go completely off the rails and essentially becoming a train wreck.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
Kellyanne, is Elon Musk serious about the third party?
I hope these two reconcile at some point, but these third parties don't do well in this country. And in fact, Trump himself has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the worker. He's diversified his coalition. I think his campaign promises have been a blueprint for governing. He's on a hot two-week streak and counting. But Musk has to realize that you need a lot more than money to start and be successful with the third party. And you end up being a spoiler, by the way, because you're against something. And we've had, I think it forced Herschel Walker into a runoff in Georgia. He eventually lost. That woman, Marcy Kaptur in Ohio, barely won her congressional seat because there was a third-party libertarian in there that helped her.
I'm telling you guys, I support this for Elon Musk. He should do it. Do it, Elon. Now, a lot of people would say, well, Genesis, there's a lot of division already. Yeah, there is. Maybe this is the solution to all of this two-party system where it's like Democrat versus Republicans and nobody seems to get along. Everybody seems to point fingers. If it's not a blue state, it's a red state. It's like, well, these guys are. Maybe the American Party will stop this hatred, this Trump derangement syndrome, also for the Republicans. We know how people talk about the blue state, like they never do one thing good. So, look, at the end of the day, like I always say, you are American first before you are a Republican. You are American first before you are a Democrat, okay? Don't put your party over the country. Do not put your party over your country. You are American first. So calm down. Let the man do what he wants to do. The American Party. Look, if you're scared about division, There's already it's already a divided situation already. So something has to happen, in my opinion. It might not be the American Party, but the idea that he's starting this, and he's a very influential person for sure. And we have so many parties. It's not just Democrat and Republican. It's just those parties. Those parties, nobody knows them, and nobody as influential as Elon Musk is on those parties. So now he's starting his party, and he has X. He has X, ladies and gentlemen. So he commands a lot of power, and he has a lot of money, and he gave a lot of money to President Donald J. Trump. So I think I like what Trump said when he said, you know what, he thinks it's ridiculous. Of course, he shouldn't start a third party. However, and keep in mind, the president said a third party. What does that tell you? That means every other party would not matter except for Republican Party, Democrat Party, and the American Party. This is how influential Elon Musk is. He's a formidable foe. Look, is he's like, if he decides to do it and he actually decides to do it, it's gonna be done. It's just going to be done because that's the kind of person he is. I mean, you don't create and build rockets and go to space and Mars, and you think you can start a political party. This guy can almost do anything he wants to do, okay? And he supported Trump. The only thing that I think he did wrong, in my opinion, was when, you know, he started saying, if it wasn't for him, President Trump would not be the president. So I'm like, wait, where were you in 2016 when he won? So look, that's the only thing that I think he said wrong. But every other thing he said, it's free speech, yo. Say what you want to say and do what you want to do. So the American Party, do it. Do it, Elon. Do it. Whatever comes out of it, comes out of it. But if you're scared about dividing the United States, then that fear is invalid because it's already you versus them versus it's already that. I mean, look at what is going on in Texas. Everybody is already saying, well, it's Donald Trump's fault. What is that? What is that? It's always one versus. So maybe if there's a third, like, strong party, like I think the Elon Musk party, which is the American party, would be strong. I think that may be something that, may work. Now, this is my opinion, okay? You have yours, but this is mine, all right?
And he has to realize 50 different rules, 50 different thresholds to get on the ballot in 50 states, 15% to qualify you to be on the debate stage in president. So it sounds all fun and games, but I actually think, and by the way, which consultants are going to go work for Elon Musk? A lot of money, but against President Trump as he really transforming.
Do they want a Ross Perot, the Republican Party?
Well, I have two things on that. One is I think that whoever is telling Elon Musk that this is a good idea is probably the consultant that wants to make a lot of money, and it won't be successful. The other thing I would say is that you could try to Ross Perot it, right? But what ends up happening, I'm hoping someone will convey to him that the people who would benefit most from this are the ones who want to investigate him and jail him and firebomb the Teslas and harass people who bought some of his products, because that's what would benefit.
Now, you see what I'm saying? Talk like that. These types of rhetoric is what is going to make this American party successful. Let the man do what he wants to do. Matter of fact, it shouldn't even be a conversation. Everybody should be focused on actual problems that the United States is facing, that Americans are facing on a daily basis. That's what we should be focused upon, not Elon Musk, third party. Who cares? Let him do what he wants to do. Now, some Republicans are saying, well, this is only going to benefit the Democrat Party because now when people want to vote, they're going to have to, share that vote with the American Party. Now, maybe some people would be voting for the American Party. Now, that would take vote away from the Republicans. That's what you're afraid of. Just do the right thing and let the people see the difference. Maybe if you're doing what the people want, you would not be afraid and scared of what the people would vote for. Just do what you have to do. Do what the people want, okay? If the people are happy and they're seeing results, you wouldn't have to be scared. Oh, they're gonna be. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. We have to be bigger than that, okay? We have to be smarter than that. It's not just about elections. Any small thing, it's about 2026, 2028. Like life is all about elections, midterms, presidential. Like it's not just about elections. The people that we already voted for, in my opinion, Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do during the campaigns. Close the border, end the wars. It's going to be hard to end the wars, but he's trying. Tariffs, he said that. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, school choice. He already said all of these things when he was campaigning. And I knew this guy is the right guy for the job. So I voted for him. Now, every other thing going on, we don't even know. Like, for example, Pam Bundy said Epstein list is on her desk. It's like, what are we doing here? All right, what are we doing here?
In the long run.
How are you trying to have these two men make up, Greg?
Well, it's very interesting you put it that way. This is a passionate couple. You know them. Everybody knows this passionate couple. They love each other, but they quarrel publicly. And we can always predict the outcomes. They'll be yelling and screaming at the restaurant table. And there's going to be, then 20 minutes later, there's awkwardness as they just kiss and make up. And it's usually in the bathroom where everybody can hear it. This is what it is. I like the way Trump deals with Musk. He knows he's a prickly genius, but it's almost a fatherly kind of thing. You don't see that very often from Trump. Also, I think a lot of people, I don't know anything about this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think people are misreading this. I don't think this is a third party, as in the Libertarian Party or the Reform Party or the Bull Moose Party, if you will.
Yeah, cool.
I think it's more like a Tea Party thing. You know, a group created to apply pressure in certain places, maybe to get rid of some people you don't like, but bring in somebody who is singularly about the debt. So it's not about running a presidential candidate. If it exists, it will always throw behind somebody like Trump. It's more about applying pressure. What do you say to that? Huh?
I say we kind of treat you the way Trump treats Musk.
Oh,
like a prickly genius. Kind of.
Well, you're good on the first syllable.
Jessica?
It obviously, it doesn't work with our system, like Kellyanne was saying. I think it would be great if we had proportional representation. There are a lot of people who don't feel represented by the two major parties and are looking for something that's closer to the way that they see the world, or to have representatives that they feel are more responsive to the things that actually matter to them. But it's not going to happen. It's winner take all, and he'll just be a little bit of a prickly menace.
Pop quiz. What was the Bull Moose Party platform? Quick.
You know, people always say it's not possible or it's impossible until somebody does it. And if anybody can actually do it, I think it's Elon Musk. He's a genius, but for me, I think he is an unstable genius, which, you know, to create amazing stuff, you need to be unstable with your genius level talent. I mean, look at Thomas Edison, Ford, all of these guys were unstable. They were not, you know, they were just out of this world. Albert Einstein, they were just out of this world. Like people who changed the world, like the technology that we use today and we take for granted. People were really just unstable genius. Steve Jobs, unstable. Like these guys were just unstable, but they created something that the world use every single day and need. Matter of fact, I don't think human race would be here without those people. So it is what it is. You got to take the good with the bad. All right. back to Texas. People are losing their families.
Fox
yeah.
News alert right now as Texas braces for more flooding. Officials conduct a massive search for survivors while family members search for answers. Our next guest says her daughter has been missing since Friday. 21-year-old Ella Cahill was celebrating the 4th of July in Hunt, Texas, with her boyfriend Aiden, and the search for them continues at this hour. Joining me now is Ella's mom, Tanya Powell. Tanya, thank you for being with us in this incredibly, incredibly difficult time. I know that part of your motivation is to let everyone know about your daughter, and the search is ongoing. Tell us what you know right now about the search for your daughter.
Well, I know that the kids came over, they're college seniors in San Antonio, and they came over to celebrate the holiday, and we received a call at about 4 a.m. Aiden's dad, he owns the house, and the kids often came over here, just every other weekend, really. And it's right on the river. But he received a call around 4, and Aiden was asking his dad what he should do, that water was coming in the house. And he then said that he needed to help Ella because she was struggling to stay on they were on the front porch. And he handed the phone to another friend, Joyce. And Joyce said they just got washed away. And then she said, tell my parents that I love them. And then that's the last we've heard from them. And the entire house is gone. It's just a slab left.
Damn.
So we're just desperately just trying to find. We found Joyce and Reese, 2 of the friends, have been found deceased. And now we're just trying to recover Ella and Aiden, who were high school sweethearts, my daughter and her boyfriend, and just want to find them.
Exactly. This is what I think about. Stuff like this is what I think about when people are arguing about absolute trash. Okay? People are facing real life problems, and you are actually probably facing real life problems arguing on chat. You know what I mean? Like, we should be more calm in this world instead of fighting and arguing and being against each other and blaming, pointing fingers. I mean, think about what this mother of a 21-year-old girl is feeling right now. You think she's concerned about petty things and small things? She's not.
Well, I'm so sorry, Tanya. I can only imagine how incredibly difficult this is. What are you hearing from authorities or regarding the search efforts?
Well, we're here. We're searching. We're not really. There's lots of people on the ground here coming in and out. There are special forces teams out here, and I've seen Border Patrol teams out here with dogs and volunteer teams. So, honestly, we're not really talking to the authorities. We're all just out here searching. We haven't really stopped. So I just guess they're just doing what they need to do to help us find them.
So it sounds like it's neighbors helping neighbors. It's community helping each
there's
other
a lot
out.
of officials too. Yeah, there's a lot of officials out here too.
Well, Tanya, I know this has got to be the most difficult situation a parent can ever imagine. And, what would you like us to know about Ella?
She was just a sweet, kind-hearted soul. She and Aiden and Joyce had a mission trip planned to go to Guatemala in a few weeks. Smart, beautiful, just very kind-hearted, grateful girl. And this just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I guess I'm not supposed to understand everything.
Yeah, I think we're all struggling to understand this. But listen, we appreciate you sharing your story with us. I know that putting Ella's picture up and hopefully helping and finding Ella is part of your motivation. We appreciate you doing it.
So, look, God is the greatest. I still believe America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Now, there is no perfect place in this world. My heart goes out to this woman and every single person that have been through this devastating flood in Texas. It's not the entire Texas, but very specific areas and cities. And those people who have, lost a loved one, kids, like children have died. I mean, what did these kids do to deserve this? You know what I mean? So let's be kind, man. Let's be kind to one another. I know, yes, politics can be divisive. Like yesterday, Jet was talking about how, you know, sometimes family members can call you names for supporting a leader or a political figure like Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They wouldn't even invite you to family functions anymore because for some reason, brain fried. They think politics is more important than family. So it's like, I don't get it. So please, everybody, let's, let's calm down and this heat. Turn down this heat and realize that, you are American. Your fellow brothers and sisters are your fellow Americans, and you should support them and pray for them, especially these people going through this devastating catastrophe right now. All right, another mother of two sons has something to say.
Let's bring in Kelly Raybon, whose two boys escaped the flooding from another camp about 6 miles north of Camp Mystic. Kelly, thank you for being with us. You're probably still shaking from all of this. I can't even imagine what this was like. So give us a sense of the story as you started to understand that something was going on the river along where all of these camps are.
Sure. So on July 4th, we received a text that was sent out to all of the parents that said that they had sustained high waters overnight, but that they were trying to keep the campers safe as best as possible. And at that point, you think, okay, well, maybe there's just a lot of rain. But once I turned on the news, and I live in Houston, and so that's 4 hours away from me. So I had to really work to find more information out. But once I saw the statement from Camp Mystic that, if your daughter is okay, if you've not been notified yet, I thought, oh my gosh, this is far more serious than that initial text message would have led me to believe. And then within a couple of hours, I decided I needed to get in the car and go. A mom on a mission to get to my kids.
So I know your sons talked about, tell us how old your boys are and their names. I know that, they've had enough of talking about this. I completely understand. But can you tell us what they said about what happened and what they remember?
Yes. So Braden, my 9-year-old, this was his 3rd year to attend Camp La Junta. And Brock, my just now 7-year-old, turned 7 2 weeks ago. This was his first time to attend camp. And they'd only been there for 1 full day at this point. They arrived late Wednesday afternoon. So 1 full day there. And, what they said was as the water in Brock's cabin, he was in one of 3 cabins that ended up, underwater and flooding. And as the water started to come in, his brave camp counselors, who were really just kids themselves, college kids, they encouraged the boys to get on the first bunk and then to get on the second bunk. And before you know it, they were lifting the little boys up to the rafters to keep them out of harm's way as the windows were breaking, as the door was coming off, as a wall was coming down. I just can't imagine how terrifying this was. And it was happening, as it was dark, no power, and you're so unfamiliar in this situation. How do you ever prepare for that?
Yeah, we're looking at these charts. It rose 25 feet in 1 hour in the area of Camp Mystic. So how high were they on the top? How high was the water in the cabin? And then how did they get out of there?
So my 7-year-old Brock, he said that the water was probably, he estimated about 3+ feet in his cabin. Now, he is still in a state of shock and kind of slowly processing what all he remembers. But he remembers it being at least high enough to break the window out. And the camp director, Scott, bravely came at the end to get them out of the cabins, pulling them down from the rafters and taking them to safety.
Wow.
Braden, meanwhile, was in a higher elevated cabin. And so his cabin, while it didn't receive any water, it took in a bunch of boys who were in flooded cabins. And then, they were just left to kind of, they didn't know what was going on. They just entertained each other all day long as best they could.
So what are your thoughts on this whole thing? Would you send them back to camp given what happened? How do you feel about it?
I need to think it through, but I can tell you that Braden, my older one, with 2 summers of camp under his belt, says in a heartbeat he would go back. And he really hopes, one of the reasons why they were, have been talking about it and were comfortable with me talking about it is because they wanted to represent the pride that they have in Camp La Junta. And I remember as a child, the hill country camps that I attended, what a difference it made for me. And so, I mean, as this is a massive tragedy, but as with tragedies, hopefully we learn major lessons from this. And so, I'm just so hopeful that we can really take a hard look at what went wrong and why.
Well, I'm so glad that your sons are okay, and there are so many camps along this river and so much tragedy for these families, 27 at Camp Mystic. So I'm grateful that your boys are doing well, and we'll pray for all these families. Kelly, thank you.
That's what we could do. Pray for these families. I mean, look at these campers with their whole camping stuff gone, broken. This is just wow. Trailer parks. I'm sure trailer parks are just gone. So hopefully the city of Texas and the federal government have learned a lot from this situation and, and figure out what they could do better the next one because it's never going to stop. It's going to keep coming. Hurricanes, flooding, these things are a natural disaster, in my opinion, because now people are saying it's not natural disasters anymore. I mean, what do I know? But what I do believe is these are natural disasters. And well, the only thing we could do is learn from the previous ones. And hopefully the response is genuinely way better than what it used to be, which when I saw President Trump approve the relief funding for them, it said the federal government is going to cover 70% of losses. So, I mean, it's not going to bring back human life for sure, because, I mean, money's money, but human life, you can never buy a human life. So, my heart goes out to these people who have lost a loved one. But I do want to say that the response from the Trump administration, I would say I like it. I like it because 70%, that's fair. It's not $750, you know. So yeah, I would say that's way better than $750. All right, here we go.
The president just described America as the hottest country in the world. It's a hot Trump summer. The fireworks are over, but the country's still celebrating. Can't leave the table when you're on a heater. After Iranian strikes, a Gaza ceasefire, record low gas, and alligator Alcatraz, Trump topped off his week with the big, beautiful bill, signed it on America's birthday, and even got a gift.
Mr. President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big, beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Are you ready? Good.
But that wasn't even the highlight of the weekend. Melania did the YMCA.
Oh my goodness.
It wasn't just fireworks and dancing. The Senate Majority Leader celebrated the signing with one big, beautiful backflip. You think Schumer could do that? Secretary Hegseth celebrated by working out with our men and women in uniform. And if you can see here, Laura Trump's doing burpees and lunges. Everyone's trying to get that summer beach bod, especially because next summer, America turns 250. Trump's going to turn the White House into the Coliseum. He's bringing the octagon to Washington.
Yeah, that's just
I
wild.
even think we're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have. Does anybody watch UFC? The Great Day in the World. We're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have a UFC fight. Think of this on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little. We're not. Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. Going to have a UFC fight, championship fight, full fight, like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible events, some professional events, some amateur events.
UFC fight on the White House ground. That would be wild. They better keep some security there.
But the UFC fight's going to be a big deal.
Getting front row seats won't be cheap. And if you're from a foreign country, you better come through with a good deal, like a trade deal. Trump's mailbox is full of them.
We are going to have several announcements in the next 48 hours. My mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days.
Trump cut a trade deal with.
Yes, Jet. Yes, that's what I want. John Jones said he is going back to whatever he wants. I don't know. He's coming out of retirement. If he does, yes, that would be crazy. And it should be live streamed on Netflix. It should not be pay-per-view or whatever. This is going to be America's birthday. So 250. It should be live streamed for free for every single American. Peacock, Netflix, Hulu, all of these streaming platforms, YouTube, everybody should stream it for free. Nobody should be buying that, okay? It should be for free. Look, Bones versus, what's his name? Epstein Wall, it would be wild, bro. Jet, that would be wild.
Vietnam over the holiday, and now other countries are on edge because the clock's ticking. The president sent out 14 letters today telling countries that he's raising tariffs on them because he doesn't like what he sees. Japan and South Korea are getting slapped with 25% duties. For anyone whining, the White House says they're just fixing a mess. Foreign leaders are coming to the White House and nominating him for Nobels. Watch.
He's forging peace as we speak in one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, Bibi.
Democrats aren't trying to fix anything. Look at Hakeem. While Republicans were passing the big, beautiful bill and backflipping into lakes, Hakeem's posting up on a park bench trying to look hard with a chain. And look at the bench planks behind him. They're all squiggly. See that? That means he photoshopped himself to look skinny. Hakeem's trying to shrink his hips like a Kardashian. Kamala edited her 4th of July photo, too. She cropped Biden right out. So you just see her and Dougie Fresh. Kamala's not having the best Independence Day. Things are hard right now and probably going to get worse before they get better.
Yes, this is another thing I don't understand about people, especially politicians who have high power or whatever, or have some sort of audience. It's like the 4th of July, just say Happy Independence or something nice about America, or, enjoy July 4th. Have a good time, America. It's like, just say something nice. Stop trying to campaign on July 4th. Obama did the same thing. This lady here is doing the same thing. Kamala Harris. It's not. July 4th is not for you to campaign, okay? It's not campaign day, all right?
Obama also lost the joy. Instead of sucking down lobster rolls at the Vineyard, Barry's complaining. Independence Day is a reminder that America is not the project of any one person. America is owned by no one. Hollywood also spent the 4th in mourning, and some of them aren't even in the country. Irish Rosie's calling for another revolution.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Okay, here we go.
That they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government. Come on, America. Keep going.
So when it's Trump, you want revolution. But when it's somebody else, you don't want revolution. This is why I don't understand some people, yo. Trump is just the problem. TDS is real, yo.
Happy 4th of July.
You could have just started your whole sentence with Happy 4th of July and then say the trash that you have to say. It's not, well, then at the end, after selling fear and all of that unnecessary rhetoric, you now then say Happy 4th. What?
This is a sad day in American history.
Oh, man.
Democrats are just sore because...
So you say all of that, Happy 4th, and then you end it with, this is a sad day in American history. So you mean the people who have died for this land, for people like me to be here, it's a sad day in American history? I don't think so.
Because they always get it wrong. Trump got tariffs with no inflation, Iran denuked with no war, and the Supreme Court said deport all you want. The big, beautiful bill has tax relief, border wall funding, and drill, baby, drill. But Democrats are hysterical that the bill's going to cut freebies, all because people have to prove they're working to get handouts. But Democrats don't think their base can fill out paperwork.
It is a group of Democrats who unfortunately seem to think that poor people are stupid. I don't think poor people are stupid. I think they have agency, and I think to have them register twice a year for these benefits, that is not a burden. But these people who want to infantilize the poor and those who need these Medicaid benefits are alarmist.
Democrats think their voters are too dumb to fill out a form. Same with voter ID. It's simple. I fill out a form when I get a massage. But they'd rather just whine than do their jobs. They want to blame Trump for everything. Need more proof? Look at Texas. Over 100 dead in a flood, and rescue teams are still looking for survivors. But guess who Democrats are blaming?
The incident comes as the Trump administration is making deep cuts to weather forecasting services.
We're also learning that there were significant staffing shortfalls of the National Weather Service's offices in the region.
When the president guts all of the early warning systems and the weathering forecast abilities of the government, these are the results that we're going to start to see on a daily basis.
They're blaming DOJ for dead little girls. Schumer's even calling for an investigation. But the Associated Press, not a right-wing publication, says the left's lying. Not only were they fully staffed at the National Weather Service, they even added extra staff before the flood. The White House says Democrats should be ashamed of themselves.
Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed.
Exactly. This isn't the time to, point fingers. We should not be pointing fingers right now. You can point fingers down the line, in future, but for right now, families are still mourning, still looking for their loved ones, still looking for their pets, homes washed away, children missing, probably gone. It's like this isn't the time to be, pointing fingers. This is the time to be coming together, figuring out how to help these people, how to, be of help and be useful, not pointing fingers. That's being useless.
To visit Texas on Friday, as we learn, at least 104 people were killed in the devastating Texas flash floods.
Meantime, search crews are not giving up hope yet, still looking for the dozens that are still missing. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray live in Kerrville, Texas with more. Robert.
Yeah, Todd and Carly, good morning from Kerrville here on the Guadalupe River. Look, this area is devastated, catastrophic, over 100 lives lost, 28 of them children from Camp Mystic, about 20 miles from where we are standing. And I can tell you, we look at these visuals, search and rescue is still very active all the way until the sun went down yesterday. Cruz combing the sides of the devastated Guadalupe River looking for survivors and maybe a miracle. Now, I could also explain that the helicopters that had some downtime overnight began about 3 a.m. Central. We've heard several of them go over, and we will continue to listen to that throughout the day as search and rescue is in full force still, and yet recovery does continue on the edges of this as huge machinery is being brought in to excavate mud and trees. In the meantime, aid groups are on the ground and volunteers and residents who are reeling. Let's listen to one of them.
I spent the first 2 days crying. That second day I stopped crying. I went and fed people. Third day I came out and looked for bodies. Here I am again. It's horrible. I have grandchildren that I couldn't imagine them flowing down a river. And I'm out here digging in piles with my friend, just hoping that maybe we can find something that reunites somebody back with their family.
A glimmer of hope, and that is what all residents here are hoping for. Meanwhile, the parents who have lost these children, 28 little souls, that indeed is the real catastrophic situation here as they were washed away in the Guadalupe River days ago in the middle of the night on July 4th. As you noted, Donald Trump, president, will be on the ground here Friday as more federal aid makes its way in, state and local working together. Search and rescue still very active and a lot still happening here on the ground in Texas. Back to you.
Catastrophic and a tragedy that will never be forgotten. Robert Ray, live for us in Kerrville, Texas. Robert, thank you. Let's bring in Mario Duarte, the president and CEO of Project Dynamo, a nonprofit organization that is now on the ground in Texas after recently helping rescue Americans trapped in Israel. Mario, thank you so much for joining us. You're about 30 minutes from where Robert Ray was standing in Kerrville. So give us an update on your search and rescue efforts.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. It's like we were hearing, it's catastrophic. It's sad to us Texans. It's heartbreaking, really seeing what happened. Entire communities, pretty much devastated. Families moved and uprooted. Areas that were completely cut off. Infrastructure washed out. But at the end, it's all about hope, right? That's the last thing we lose, and that's why we're here. See a lot of volunteers, increasing the capabilities of the Texan government, which actually has been great at responding to this catastrophe. But here we're still hoping for miracles. But we're also, we also understand that we're getting close to that phase that is going to be probably the hardest, which is recovery, and also accepting what we have lost. The people we've lost in the morning, but at the end it comes with faith also that we will have to rebuild, and we'll rebuild stronger and make Kerrville better and prettier than it was when this happened.
Mario, what is the greatest challenge to your teams on the ground right now?
It's at the end it's what we call technical ground. What we're doing is just pretty much exploring along the banks of the Guadalupe River. We've been working in between Center Point, Texas, and Kerrville, Texas. That stretch of the Guadalupe River along the banks, making sure we check on all the debris we find. We've seen trucks. We have seen entire trailer parks just all over the place, destroyed, devastated. Small houses, pieces of small houses. There was something that was very haunting. We found this little rag doll, completely destroyed close to where we found some of the bodies, and it tells you what we lost there. But at the same time, it gives you hope again that we're strong enough to build again. And the good thing about all this is that as difficult as the terrain along the bank is, our military veterans with Project Dynamo, we're all infantrymen, former special forces, former rangers. We are bringing military precision to humanitarian assistance, right? And it doesn't matter how difficult it is. We're just going along and then making sure that we don't leave, rock unturned to make sure that we if there is anyone alive, we're still trying to find them.
Yeah, and you can imagine the joy that that doll gave the little girl and the innocence that has been lost in this catastrophic disaster. You've been to a lot of disaster areas through Project Dynamo. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Every disaster is different, but at the end, the human effect is what counts, and probably is the only comparable thing, because it doesn't matter if it's, thousands of lives or 100 or a couple. At the end, it's human life, and it's catastrophic if it's only one of its many, right? We've been all over the place. We responded to Helene last year. Probably the closest thing you could compare this to is what happened over there in Asheville. Different order of magnitude, tens of people more that were lost. But at the same time, it's comparable when you think about the infrastructure and all the communities that were cut off and lost.
Yeah. Mario Duarte doing the Lord's work down there in Texas.
Dear Lord, this is just devastating. 104 have been confirmed dead in Texas. And they're still searching for people, still finding bodies. This is just catastrophic for sure. Man. This is sad, man. This is sad. May God console these people that have lost a loved one. It's definitely sad. No words. I have no words.
Federal immigration agents are facing increased threats of violence.
Of course, California and the ICE raids, they never support ICE. It's just what it is.
After multiple incidents in Texas this week saw gunmen ambush officers right outside their building.
Madeline Rivera joins us live with the details. Good morning, Maddie.
Good morning. The Department of Homeland Security says the number of assaults against ICE agents has increased significantly, and there have been some high-profile incidents in just the last few days alone. Yesterday, a gunman was shot and killed after police say he started shooting at a Border Patrol annex in McAllen, Texas. The suspect was identified as 27-year-old Ryan Lewis Mosqueda. The attack in McAllen came days after another violent incident in Texas just outside of Dallas. Authorities say an officer from Alvarado was shot in the neck after several people opened fire on officers outside the Prairieland Detention Center, which is an ICE facility. The Justice Department is calling this an organized ambush, adding that some of the suspects were wearing body armor and had two-way radios. 10 people were charged. DHS tells Fox assaults against ICE agents are up nearly 700% over the same time last year. Last year, there were 10 assaults from January to June. This year, there have been 79 assaults within the same time frame.
I've been warning about this for 2 months. The ramped up rhetoric is going to cause a situation where someone loses their life. We saw that today. I was hoping I'd be wrong, but I wasn't. And I'll tell you something else. It's not the end. Unless we stop the hateful rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol, comparing them to Nazis, there's going to be more situations like that.
The attacks in Texas remain under investigation, and officials say anyone involved in attacking law enforcement will be prosecuted to the fullest extent. Griff, Emily, and Charlie.
As they should. Maddie Rivera,
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you very much.
You know, the thing to remember here is that these ICE agents, they are doing exactly what elected legislators are ordering them to do. They are enforcing the laws that have been duly enacted by the legislature. And Democrats spent a lot of time talking about law and order. And the idea that these people are paying the price for enforcing the laws that Democrats helped put on the books is unconscionable. And I think we're at a position right now where, Democrat lawmakers have allowed this problem to metastasize, and they don't know how to control what they've created. And so you have these scenes like the one we saw yesterday where you have Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, marching out into the streets trying to interfere with ICE operations. And at some point, an adult in the Democrat Party is going to have to stand up and say, we do not stand for this.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, the threat environment against federal law enforcement has possibly never been higher than right now. Now, why is that? It's because the rhetoric of the Democrats are not coming down. You have Hakeem Jeffries in Washington, the leader of the Democrats in the House of Representatives, likening ICE to Nazis. You've got Karen Bass in California. You've also got in San Diego a city councilman a month ago writing terrorist over ICE enforcement officers, saying, the community should fight back. You've got a member of Congress getting arrested at Newark. I mean, it's almost as if they're choosing that as a playbook to double down. I thought it was interesting. Axios had a piece talking to unnamed sources who are Democrats saying that they want to pretty much just keep ramping it up and double down on that card. Here's a little bit of what they found out about this anti-Trump, anti-ICE resistance in Axios. Democrats telling people to get shot for this. Here's a quote. The grassroots wants more. Some of them have suggested what we really need to do is be willing to get shot when visiting ICE facilities or federal agencies, a third House Democrat told Axios. Unbelievable. Here was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt yesterday responding to that.
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American.
When the press secretary speaks, it is so clear and concise and in such stark contrast to those Democratic legislators who are responsible for much of the legislation that is being enforced, that with such mealy-mouthed and upticked rhetoric, advocate for violence. And they use this hyperbolic speech that has zero place in our society right now, likening ICE to fascism, likening the president to Hitler, and worse. And they also are, I'll say they aren't even subtle about it. They are calling actively to dox ICE agents. They are cheering that app that will obstruct justice and render vulnerable the ICE agents even more. How far will they go? You read it just then. They want to get shot because they are only about performative stunts for their elite petri dish that is so insular, and they have no idea what real Americans go through, which is their loved ones are out there. Their loved ones are ICE agents. ICE agents are part of the community. They are part of the fabric of American existence, and we support and respect and cherish them. And this all-out assault on them, it has to stop before it gets worse.
And of course, the crimes that the ICE agents are trying to prevent by removing criminal aliens from our midst are happening in the neighborhoods where those people live.
Yes.
They're the ones that are paying the brunt of it.
You put a really important point, though, on something, Emily, and that is the human aspect. Can you imagine being the spouse of an ICE officer or Border Patrol agent, or the daughter or the son, knowing that this is what they're walking out in? The attack in Alvarado, Texas, 10 individuals have now been charged with attempted murder of a federal officer because 20 to 30 rounds from an AK-47 or assault rifle of some sort was fired at officers unprovoked. They had bulletproof vests, they had body armor, and you know, we're at a point now where there should be bipartisan call.
Man, we need love, man. We need love in our heart, and just let people do what they do, because this isn't right, man. ICE agents are just federal agents doing their job, just like everybody else is going out to find a living for their families. All right. Stephen Miller.
Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. All right, Mr. Miller, ICE agents, Border Patrol agents, cops are now getting shot at. How is this happening?
It's happening because, Jesse, there's an insurrectionist movement in the Democratic Party that is inspiring domestic terrorism against ICE. When you have the mayor of Los Angeles mobilizing agitators, mobilizing the mob against ICE, saying that federal law enforcement has to leave her city, this is a settled constitutional question. Federal law is the supreme law of the land. You cannot nullify it. You cannot succeed from it. It is the law of the United States of America. So these insurrectionist Democrats are every day engaging in rhetoric that is incentivizing, that is encouraging, that is fomenting violent terrorist attacks against ICE and ICE officers. Not only in the shootings that you've seen recently, but ICE officers are being doxxed. Their families and children are being threatened. Their addresses are being posted online. They are being subjected to a campaign of terror by these radical Democrats. Why, Jesse? What is this all about? This is the central struggle in the West. The Democrat Party's objective is to flood the West with millions upon millions of illegals from the developing world, from the poor nations of the world, the failed states of the world, the collapsing states of the world, believing that in so doing, they will collapse the West. They will collapse the middle class. They will collapse the population that has lived here before the migrants came. And in so doing, they think in the rubble of that, they can rule. They can sit on top the pile of ashes. Ask yourself this: why is it that Democrats are so insistent that unlimited numbers of illegals from countries that are incapable of managing their own affairs come here? Countries like Somalia, countries like Haiti, countries that have no history of successful self-government, and they want unlimited numbers of illegals from those countries and refugees from those countries to come here with no chance at the pace, the scale, the scope of arrivals at being able to assimilate and integrate into the American way of life. What has it done to our schools? What has it done to our hospitals? What has it done to just traffic in our cities? Every issue that affects our quality of life, Jesse, public safety, drugs, crime, education, healthcare, waiting in the emergency room, are all exacerbated, worsened, and undermined by mass illegal immigration. ICE officers are heroes, and they need the support of the American people. President Trump is liberating our towns, just as he was promised, just as the American people overwhelmingly voted to give him a mandate to do just 5 months ago.
It's straight up treason, and everybody knows it, and we shouldn't be afraid to say it. Mr. Miller, you saw the video of the Maryland dad lifting weights, playing video games, playing football, as they call it down there, gardening. Would you consider gardening cruel and unusual punishment?
Well, I might personally consider it cruel and unusual punishment if I had to garden, Jesse. But
you don't
as
have a
far
green
as the Eighth
thumb,
Amendment
Miller?
is concerned, if my wife made me do gardening around the house, I might consider that to be cruel and unusual punishment. But as far as the Founding Fathers are concerned, as far as the Eighth Amendment is concerned, I would not say that gardening, outdoor sports,
there he is with a
playing
parrot.
catch, yes, and 3 robust meals a day qualifies as cruel and unusual punishment. What is cruel and unusual punishment is being subjected to months of media lying about this illegal alien terrorist instead of defending and supporting the heroes getting these terrorists the hell out of our country. Since Inauguration Day, we have arrested, think about this, we've arrested over 100,000 criminal illegal aliens just since Inauguration Day, 100,000 fewer people to maim, threaten, terrorize, assault, rape, and murder our citizens? Has there been a greater public safety accomplishment in a shorter period of time in the whole history of the nation, Jesse? We should be celebrating this. The media instead celebrates the criminal invaders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually mad that he's gardening. I wish he was kind of getting tortured a little bit after slapping his wife around and trafficking people all into Maryland. But
yeah, trafficking women, abusing children.
Right. It's a strange world we live in when you get to beat up women and then they hand you a spade and you get to plan a plan.
Who the left celebrates, is who the left adores.
All right. Mr. Miller, great to see you. Thank you as always.
Miller is straight up sharp. If you're looking for a sharp man, he is sharp, and his mouth is fast. Okay, he talks very fast. His brain is probably doing like 200 miles per hour, but he is definitely a sharp man. All right, Mamdani of New York, what is going on with this guy?
The Democrats' latest socialist darling, New York City mayoral hopeful Zohran Mamdani, just got busted pulling a Liz Warren. Yep. According to the New York Times, back in 2009, he checked both Black or African American and Asian on his Columbia University application. Hakeem Jeffries struggling to answer a question about his fellow socialist.
Mamdani has checked multiple boxes trying to capture what he calls the fullness of his background. I mean, is this a real issue to you?
I think to me, the issue that we have to deal with in New York City, which our Democratic nominee did talk about extensively during the primary campaign, is affordability.
Greg, he didn't get into Columbia University, even though he checked all the operative boxes in 2009. His dad was on the faculty, apparently, still couldn't get in. That may be the big story here.
Yeah, I want to know how stupid he really is. I mean, his SAT scores must be lower than Jesse's, if that's possible. But what I love about him, he's not even Ugandan. By definition, you have to have parents or grandparents who are Ugandan. He was born in Uganda. Both of his parents are Indian, which might be the reason why they left. But what's interesting is he didn't say he was Indian because he knew they have the highest median household income in the United States, and he knew that wouldn't help him in the oppression Olympics. He was smart enough to see what could get him preferential treatment, so he adorned himself with a different race, which exposes the lie of identity politics. If it is so unfair to be Black in America, why are you pretending to be one? I doubt you can find a single person in America pretending to be white to get ahead. No one wants to be Jesse. They don't, and so this lie of race, it only goes in one direction because it gets you to the front of the line faster because of corporations, human resources, colleges. If they treat you better, then they get treated better. It's a little virtue signal for them that gets them a lot of popularity at cocktail parties. It is amazing that this kid has had all the breaks. You cannot get more elite than this guy. And he goes all in on victimhood. He's the poster boy for this progressive woke shyster. Can I say shyster?
I think so.
Okay.
But don't ask me.
Yeah. He pretends to be oppressed in order to oppress, because he knows once you get into power, you're exempt from the very rules you enforce on others.
So, Dana, I'm thinking he would have been more truthful if there were boxes to check: socialist, obviously, Nepo baby, entitled, anti-Semite would have been a box.
Well,
he
Charles
could have checked.
Cook of National Review had a really interesting piece right after he won, because the more Charles thought about it, he thought, wait, so Charles is British, and he wanted to become an American very much. And when you get your American citizenship, you have to declare like 20 times that you're not a communist. It's like, how did this happen in 2018 with this guy, right? So not only are we checking boxes that you're not on, but you're not admitting what you are on a government test. Also, one of Zohran's top defenders in all of this has been Elizabeth Warren, and that is absolutely beautiful. But one of my favorite stories of the week is something I sent to you. Like, wow, the New York Times got crushed by the left
for telling the truth,
for having the audacity to tell this story when you know that if this had been a Republican candidate, they would have been cheering on and criticizing the New York Times for not running it if they hadn't.
But they're not Republican candidates, are they, Jessica? They're Democratic office holders. What is it with the Democrats? This guy's got to lie about his race, and Elizabeth Warren spent, decades lying that she was a Native American, said that she checked the box because her grandfather had high cheekbones. Harvard Law School from 86 to 95 claimed her as a diversity hire, minority law professor. Isn't this a disqualifier? I mean, do you want a bunch of people lying about their race and ethnicity like Elizabeth Warren and Zohran Mamdani to represent your party?
I'm a bit Pocahontas out and have been for several years. When Mamdani applied to Columbia, there was no Indian or South Asian box on the application, which I think does not reflect well on Columbia. And that's certainly a big enough set of demographics that you should have that optionality. As Greg said, he did write in Uganda. He said, I wanted it to, explain the totality of my experience. But I think he could safely assume that if his father is an employee of the administration, they would know where he came from and what he looks like. And obviously his mother isn't someone who we haven't seen a picture of. And he's never identified as Black as far as the reporting has gone. He hasn't gone to a rally and been like, as a Black man, I'd just like to say.
He just did it when it mattered.
Okay. Well,
or when we wouldn't know about it. This was
I think it matters that the true boxes were not available to him. But I do want to say the most important thing that's happening as we get these trickles of information and you see people are unearthing old tweets that he hasn't even tried to hide is that the Cuomo campaign did no opposition research. They absolutely took a flyer on this one and thought it would be a cakewalk. I don't know. This stuff is just sitting there.
Are you okay with these boxes, though, in general?
Exactly, well, that's what we're moving on to?
Yeah. No. You're saying, it was such a bummer that Columbia didn't have the right box. Well, that's your fault. You guys instituted the idea of identity boxes. Now you're going to be in that box, whether you screw it up or not.
Well, I like
Jesse.
I'm pro boxes. I mean, if I show up freshman year and the entire class is Asian, I mean, what happened there? You got to know who's coming in. I mean, these things can happen, Greg. You got to be a little more precise, okay? It's not about ethnicity in its totality. It's about something you need to know about the student. Not everything, just something. This guy, 2 Indian parents, born in Africa. That's like 2 Mexicans having a baby in Africa. The kid's not Black, okay? The kid is Spanish. Columbia, all right? If the guy is a professor there, he should be able to get his own son in. If the guy has any status or connection, he should be able to juice his son in.
He should have said he was Colombian. My dad's in Colombia.
That's a great idea. They're always looking for South American applicants.
But and the kid is actually Mexican.
Now, okay, so Elizabeth Warren was 1,024th.
You said the parents
No,
are
that's
from
a
Mexico.
nationality. That's a nationality, Dana.
Spanish.
It's different than an ethnicity.
See the problem?
Ethnicity is bloodline.
This is your fault, Jessica.
And I do know his SAT scores. Rufo got them.
20.
Really? And they're subpar for Columbia standards.
Columbia, but they're good.
What were they?
2,100 out of 25.
But I don't even know.
This is so wild how, everybody screams about being a minority. And now everybody wants to be a minority. You can't make this up, Anything to win an election, okay? Anything to win an election. Anything. I'm telling you, man. Anything. All right, here we go. CNN on Elon's
over the
party.
weekend, writing in part, Musk
New fallout in the very public feud between Elon Musk and President Trump. The tech billionaire is now making good on his threat to start a new political party after Trump's massive spending bill becomes law. Trump announced his America Party over the weekend, writing in part, Musk announced his America Party, writing in part, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Trump lashed out on Truth Social, accusing his ex-bestie of going, quote, completely off the rails and becoming a, quote, train wreck. Musk hit back by writing, what's Truth Social? So things have turned bad again for these two yet again. How worried are you about an Elon Musk political party?
Well, you know, Abby, I think it'd be easier for Elon Musk to figure out how to get to Mars than it would be to start a new political party. The ballot rules in states are very complicated. This is yet another issue that's decided at the states. Whether your party can be on the ballot is subject to 50 different state laws. They're very complicated. In some places, they're dependent on what you did in the previous election, running as an independent, to get on the ballot for a future race. To be a viable party, you'd have to run for all offices. You'd have to run candidates for Congress, for Senate, for governor. And Elon Musk has a lot of money, and he's devoted a lot of money to politics. But if he starts a political party, there is a limit to what he can put in under federal election rules to that political party. So this is a very big undertaking, and I think he's probably blowing off steam.
Well, I am old enough to remember No Labels. Yeah. Do we not remember No Labels? And they did successfully get on quite a lot of ballots.
Yes.
And they did so largely because they had secret donors bankrolling the whole thing. It does take a ton of money, and he just has that. So, I mean, I would say this is not nothing, right?
No. Well, I think there's two different things we're talking about. We're talking about midterms and we're talking about presidentials. So No Labels was the presidential race, and so they were able to get on ballots. And the fear was really on the Democratic side that that would split the party. So if this was 2028, I think you would be more concerned. I do think, though, the amount of money that Elon Musk has that just can throw around, that is not just like backing a candidate, that can just be disruptive. And it seems like elections are so close in these days that 1 point could be a determining factor, and he has enough money to shave off 1 point. So I wouldn't just totally poo-poo it. I don't think that, you know, as Deborah Cox says, how did we get here? Like, I think the breakup is final. I don't think they're coming back together.
No reconciliation.
I really don't. I don't think that they're going to be able to get beyond this. And I think it could play a part, not up and down the ballot, but in some key targeted, just to get under Trump's skin.
I mean, Trump later, he also sent another Truth Social saying, talking about Elon's friend who he wanted to run at NASA. He said he thought his friend was very good. I was surprised to learn he was a blue-blooded Democrat who had never contributed to a Republican. He said, I also thought it was inappropriate that a very close friend of Elon who was in the space business will run NASA when NASA is such a big part of Elon's corporate life, which is funny because people had asked Trump about this very thing several months ago, and he was like, no, not a problem. Don't worry about it.
I was at Kennedy Space Center last week, and I saw one of Elon's rockets get shot in space, and I was like, it was very cool, by the way. I highly recommend seeing it. And 3 days later, this guy's announcing a new political party. I'm like, dude, why don't you just stick with what you're good at? Like, I just saw that on Twitter. Like, stick
again,
with what
you're... This is sort of like Trump, because I remember, you know, we would always talk about this, and Republicans would be like, yeah, let's put Elon in charge of flying planes. Like, let's put Elon in charge of every part of the federal government. And now, all of a sudden,
he's crazy.
Well, I do think he has gone a little off the rails. I don't think there's any doubt, given his tweet storm or X storm or whatever you want to call it, that he's done. But me as a Republican, I'm not worried. I mean, if you look at the Republican Party, they're more unified than they've been in decades right now. So if you're a Republican, it's not something I'm overly concerned about. If he wants to go off and do it, I'm sure there are plenty of political grifters that will love to sign on and make a ton of money off of that. They're telling him he's a genius right now for doing it, so they can make a ton of money. If he wants to go do it,
I mean, you're not wrong. Our friend Harry Unton pulled this number for us. 4% of all voters, this is Elon's potential base, they like Elon, but they don't like the Republican Party. That's, just for the record, that's a very small number.
Look at
it's not
the
a lot
fight
of
he had with the president. We know who won that fight. It was very clear. The president came out on top.
Some years ago, a Texan named Ross Perot decided to start his own party.
Did very well.
Yeah, did well.
18%.
18%.
So he has, what, 4% support of all voters? And that's just him announcing the political party. He hasn't done anything yet. They haven't unveiled their candidate or whatever, and they already have 4% of all voters. I'm telling you, this could be something or nothing because Elon Musk, he changes his mind every single time. So he might never do this.
Look, third parties, the history of third parties on the modern politics, it's difficult to go in. Either you're a Democrat or Republican. He does have a lot of money. Question is, where will those voters that go with that party go? When races are tight, 1 or 2% can make a big difference. And the question is this more directed at midterms for members of Congress or senators, or more directed at presidential race? But I was a Secretary of State, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Every state has some very particular type of rules to get on. So with a lot of money, you can overcome that. To do this in a midterm might be a little difficult. The next presidential, it might be.
Don't you think the Democratic Party, this is not just, frankly, about Republicans. I think what Elon is trying to say is that both political parties have disaffected voters who really don't like what their party is doing. So, even for Democrats, they're in the doghouse right now with their voters, frankly. Is there a risk that he could siphon off some of those people?
Yeah, you just never know where those voters might come from. Yeah, because, there are people on the Democrats say, hey, Democrats, you need to fight harder and harder than what you're doing right now. Republicans, probably some of the Republican voters might think they maybe went over on some things because, look, both parties overreach. It happens. It overreaches. And the American public has a way of bringing back people to somewhere around the center.
I've been saying this, Abby, since before the election.
Yes, you have.
This is, I think we're approaching the end of the two-party system in America if parties don't self-correct.
Yes.
Voters are frustrated and their loyalty is no longer reliable. Am I thinking it's Elon Musk? I'm not sure. It's why we spent a week talking about who won the Democratic primary in New York, because you have parties like the Working Families Party that are starting to do recruitment and been in formation for 20 years. I'll just say, though, to close on this man had the keys to the kingdom. He had our data. He had everything we could imagine for over 100 days. And now we're saying he's a little unhinged.
That is a very important question. Let me play what Steve Bannon, who's no fan of Elon Musk, what he had to say about the whole situation.
The buffoon, Elmo the Mook, formerly known as Elon Musk, Elmo the Mook, a non-American starting an America party. No, brother, you're not an American. You're a South African. And if we take enough time and prove the facts of that, you should be deported.
Yeah, that's total BS. I'm sorry. That right there is absolute BS. Nobody had anything to say when he supported the commander-in-chief, just like I have supported the commander-in-chief and still support the commander-in-chief. I voted for Trump. Elon went out of his way. He campaigned for Trump. He gave about $250 million for the whole thing, like during the campaign. So now he's a South African. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. What are we doing here? This guy, NASA, this is just the facts, okay? NASA needs Elon Musk. Okay. That's not an argument, okay? So we can technically say America needs Elon Musk because NASA is a big player for America. So technically, all right, this is my opinion, okay? Technically, we can say America needs Elon Musk. We can argue back and forth, but that's just the facts. This man has created companies that is helping the American economy. If Tesla closes down today, Starlink closes down today. SpaceX closes down today. You know what's going to happen? You don't want to know.
Now, I'll give Steve Bannon credit for being consistent because he actually has been saying this for a while. But otherwise, I would say that what is the most ridiculous about this is the idea that the people, as I was just saying to Lance, who 6 months ago.
Also, when Elon Musk was sending Starlink to people that were affected by hurricanes in North Carolina, Asheville, some part of Georgia, and providing internet for the people who needed it the most in times of crisis, he wasn't a South African. Okay, when it was providing Starlink to people who were affected by wildfires in California, nobody said he was it's South African. He should be deported. Now, according to this guy's, Bannon has been consistent about Elon Musk. So, okay, great. But the new folks who are talking about he's a South African, you better rethink what you're saying.
Literally thought Elon Musk could hang the moon are now maybe saying he should be deported, maybe saying he's lost his mind. This, frankly, is what people hate about politics.
I don't think Steve Bannon speaks for all Republicans or even a lot of them. But I think I'm personally glad Elon Musk is here in America. I'm glad SpaceX has helped save our space program. I'm glad Starlink is giving broadband to rural America where government fails. I'm glad he's here. I think that Ashley's right that he could make a difference in a few targeted races, but he would have to accept that he's going to be a spoiler, that his candidate's going to lose. And that is not something Elon Musk is going to be great at, I predict, is deciding he's going to lose.
I feel like he's okay with
Donald
being a
Trump
spoiler.
loses.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe he's okay with being a spoiler because he's kind of like a little bit of a burn it down kind of person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's at least that's
I mean, don't you guys all agree that Elon Musk played a significant role in 2024? So to think he wouldn't play a significant role regardless of
I wouldn't. Don't count him out of what anything he might try to do. But politics is a very new thing for him. As Lance says, he's good at rockets. He's brand new at politics.
Right. Fair enough. Right.
He's good at rockets. He's good at so many things if he puts his mind to it. But do I think he should do it? Absolutely do it, okay? And let him fail in peace. I think it's going to fail. But like trying to stop him from doing it is just going to let some Americans support it even more. Okay, when you try to stop something, that's when it's like telling your kids, don't go there, then they want to go there. Okay, when you say, don't drink that, that's when they want to drink it. So when you tell people no, that's when they wonder, why are you telling us no? So this right here is just going to propel the American party, in my opinion. All right, here we go. Stock market plunging.
Closing in the red after their worst day in almost a month. Why? Well, that came after President Trump sent a number of trading partners letters this afternoon detailing.
All right, so Jet just gave a number. It says Elon Musk paid $12 billion in taxes last year, I think. It's around that number. $12 billion. You think they're going to deport $12 billion back to where? America needs his $12 billion. What do you think this is?
New tariff rates they will face starting August 1st if they do not reach a trade agreement with the U.S. by Wednesday or by August 1st, or who knows, that could be extended as well. We'll wait and see. Trump threatening a 25% tariff on South Korea, Japan, Malaysia, 30% on South Africa, 40% on Laos and Myanmar. Now, these letters are just the first of 14 that the president is expected to send today to trading partners. My panel is back with me. Catherine, I want to start with you as our resident Bloomberger here, so you must know all the things about all the things.
Some of the things.
What's fascinating about this is if you look at the rates that are in the letters, there may be like a percentage point to 3 at most away from the original April 2nd tariffs. So I read the letters and I thought, this is essentially just an official delay of the deadline. Am I not seeing something?
They are not that different. I mean, this whole process has been deadlines and delays and a lot of confusion And I think that's been very hard for countries that have been trying to negotiate these deals because they don't really know what is the real deadline, what isn't. It's interesting, I think, because the president pretty effectively weaponized using a deadline with Congress to get his legislation passed. But it has turned out that deadlines with foreign leaders who have a lot of other concerns about trade and the world economy have not been quite as moved by these deadlines. So now it looks like it's being pushed. This was after weeks of them saying they were about to announce deals with major, both the president and top officials were saying deals were coming with major trading partners. We were going to see up to a dozen deals. We haven't seen those yet. There's been a couple of deals, some of which we still haven't seen sort of full details on. And we certainly haven't gotten 90 deals in 90 days.
I mean, that was an attack on Peter Navarro, and I will not, that will not stand. And I'm kidding, but that was what he said initially. The rest of the administration has not said that since, but what they have said, to your point, is every single week, to an advisor, multiple deals are coming. 2 deals are coming by Friday. 3 deals are coming by Saturday. Explain to me why this is working out in the president's favor.
I mean, look, one thing I guess it's working out in the president's favor is the sky has not fallen in terms of higher prices. And that may be the bottom line of this. I'm thinking back to when Walmart said it was going to have to raise prices because of tariffs. The White House and the president in particular pushed back very hard on that, obviously sending a message to other business leaders and business owners. Not that it hasn't caused great consternation and pain, particularly for some small businesses. There's no doubt about that. But there has not been this broad sweeping price hike, and the market is only negatively reacting right now today. But for the last several weeks, it's been gangbusters. So I guess in that respect, it's been in the president's favor. But in terms of this being some grand strategy, even though we haven't heard the 90 deals, 90 days since then, that has been kind of the anthem and the theme. And it's sort of unclear what has been happening these last 90 days, because at the end of the day here, the president is effectively flipping the script a little bit.
Yeah, an implicit point to Wall Street traders, like, guys, nothing has changed. I don't know why you're reacting now. This has been the kind of the state of play. Mark, you've often been very helpful to me and kind of being clear-eyed about where things are versus where people are acting like they may be.
So now that the stock market is plunging a little bit because of this new letters that the Trump administration is sending to so many countries, I would say if you are an investor, and keep in mind, this is not an investment advice. So if it's plunging, you better go on ahead and get you some ETFs, okay? I really never like to buy single stocks, for example, like Tesla, Microsoft. I would rather get ETFs that has all of that included. But don't forget, this is not an investment advice.
What is the end game here? Is it, and I ask this seriously, because if you're President Trump, you're saying, we just brought in $80 billion in tariff revenue over the course of the last several months. All these countries are coming to me and saying, market access and non-tariff barriers, and what do they want?
Well, keep in mind, $80 billion is paid by Americans. It's not paid by foreign governments. They're the ones that pay the tariff. The reality is that July 19th was not accidental. They wanted to get past the tax bill. The trade agenda was interfering with what they want to do domestically. And the administration is riding high. They've had a couple really great weeks between attack on Iran, between a great jobs report, and as Jeff said, there has been no inflation. But they also haven't been talking about tariffs for the last couple of months. And now they're basically reigniting that conversation. So it's no surprise that markets are down. And the reality is that many of the tariffs he announced previously were delayed. So we haven't seen the full impact. And many of our greatest and biggest retailers pre-purchased inventory with anticipation of the tariffs. That's going to run out in the second half of this year. So you're going to see price increases. You're going to continue to see a chaotic trade agenda. And, whereas Peter Navarro has been locked in a cage somewhere, not allowed to speak to the media, he'll be resurfacing. And so you're going to see more confusion and more chaos in the coverage of what they're doing with tariffs. And you're going to see, I think, more chaos in the markets.
Putting Peter Navarro aside for a second, for Democrats right now who struggle with the broader issue of tariffs, President Biden kept a lot of the first-term tariffs on. Mark's point about the chaos kind of, when you start talking about this again, they have an issue again. Is that fair?
Yeah, exactly what he said. For the first time on national television, I agree with Mark Short. I think...
Not the first time.
Well, Second.
It's not Scott Jennings.
Yeah, right. I think I agree with your point though. So the numbers are down because the arrow, for people who don't follow the stock market, who are just like, what is happening? When the arrows are red, it's when Trump talks about tariffs. When the arrows are green, it's when Trump does a delay. And that has been the theme over and over. And this administration rides high. A couple weeks ago, the market was up. But there were other issues that brought it up. I think we've always projected that prices will start to really increase after Labor Day. And we never expected there to be 90 days. And you asked, what are they doing? Probably nothing. The deals were smoke and mirrors, hocus pocus. We've yet to see the deals. The impact has not really taken effect. But Americans will feel this. This is just basic economics. Prices are going to go up if these tariffs stay in place.
I will note, Treasury Secretary said 48 hours, many deals.
Now just minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. You see their stocks dropping today as President Trump ratcheted up the pressure on a growing list of America's key trading partners, including Japan and South Korea. Both nations could face a 25% tariff come August 1st. On Truth Social today, the president also posted letters like this one to the leaders of Malaysia, Kazakhstan, South Africa, Myanmar, and Laos, informing them of new tariff rates as high as 40%. Those letters started going out shortly after noon today. Now, Wednesday was supposed to be the deadline day for all the trade deals. It's now been shifted to August 1st. Let's bring in former Trump economic advisor Stephen Moore to talk more about this. Stephen, thanks so much for being here with us this afternoon to sort through some of this. We now know that the president and his administration shifting this deadline to August 1st. Do you read that as more of a buffer time for them to try and get more deals, more frameworks put together?
Yeah, I do, Jessica. And, you know, it's interesting because this whole debate started back in, I guess, early March or late February. And look, the markets never like these discussions about tariffs because the financial markets and businesses don't like tariffs too much. But it is interesting that since about the middle of April, Trump has been able to rack off several victories with countries like the UK and others. And so now he's basically, you know, I think shot at the bow at two of our major trading partners, Korea and Japan, and saying, get a deal done, get at the table, let's get this done, or else you're going to face these pretty punitive tariffs.
And at this point, you noted some of the deals they've gotten done, but there aren't a ton at this moment during this 90-day pause. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said this morning he does expect a few more in the next 48 hours. Do you think that is realistic for us to start seeing more of these imminently?
Look, I think it's almost like a game of musical chairs where, you know, remember that game when you played when you were a kid and you're walking around and there's one chair too few. And no country wants to be the nation that's left behind and doesn't get a deal cut. And Trump, I think, strategically has gone to these countries and saying, cut a deal now, you'll get the best deal possible. Remember, with a lot of these countries like Japan and Korea, it's extremely important for their economies to be able to trade with the United States. It's a major, major part of their economy. It's a bit of a game of chicken. You know, who's going to blink first? And Trump is basically betting that these countries have more to lose. And I actually think that you will see trade deals. I don't know if the next 48 hours, but I do think you're going to see them in the next couple of weeks. And this will be to the benefit of the United States because these other countries will have to lower their tariffs, which are in some cases punitive on American agriculture, our dairy products, our automobiles, our manufactured products. So we could come out of this ahead.
And you did mention, and we're looking at the numbers right now while you and I are talking, that the markets don't love when this gets pushed to the forefront. They are down today amid this uncertainty.
Yeah. Right.
Do you think this could be a repeat of what we saw in the spring? Do you think the administration should be worried, is worried about that?
Well, to replay what happened, because remember, by mid-April, the stock market was way down, the economy was doing poorly, and then all of a sudden you got some of these trade deals, and all of a sudden things really improved. I mean, the difference between the economy in April and today is really profound. So yes, I do think if Trump is able to pull off some of these big trade deals, it's going to be, you'll see a big bounce in the market. But remember, the country that matters the most in these trade negotiations is China, and because China is, you know, our biggest adversary and our biggest, the second biggest economy in the world. So that's the one that really counts the most. And I have to say, I don't know where things stand with that. The president says he has a deal on paper, but I haven't seen anything signed yet.
Yeah. And I am curious, have you spoken to the president about any of this recently?
Well, not in the last few months. The president knows I'm not a huge fan of the tariffs, but I do like when he gets these trade deals done because I really believe if Trump can pull this off, we could, because I'm a free trade guy, I think we could have freer and fairer trade with America getting a better deal from some of these countries, and that would mean more jobs here. So who could oppose that?
All right, Stephen.
All right. We're going to do this last one, and everybody can go on ahead. Have a good day.
New this morning, frenemies once more. President Trump taking a new swipe at his former friend and advisor Elon Musk in a post that sent Tesla's stock tumbling before the markets even opened today. The president reported, "I am saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck." Those words in all caps over the past 5 weeks. The billionaire Musk tweeted out a picture of a countdown clock saying it's basically, it's "no one has been arrested o'clock again." That's in regards to Jeffrey Epstein, after, of course, Elon Musk announced plans to start a third political party called the America Party. With us now, CNN senior political commentators David Urban and Van Jones. Van, first about Elon Musk and a third party. What can he actually win here, or is this just about making others lose?
Well, I'm very curious about this. His strategy apparently is to see if he can pick up 5 or 6 seats.
Okay, I gotta say this. So I am on X right now on my phone, and then X now has the America Party on X. It's for sure trending because, of course. So the American Party tweeted 2 days ago, or put on X 2 days ago. They said, "No donors," so they don't want money from anybody. No strings, no puppet, just a party built on common sense, not consultant. The American Party. And they have Elon's picture. So what I just want to say here is no donors, no strings, no puppet. So they don't need your $50 and please text 35022. Nope. They're saying no donors. They don't need your $50 or your $2 million or your $50 million. They don't need it. They're saying, don't worry, we're not going to tell you to text any number. We're just doing this because we love the United States. I think that's pretty gangster.
In the House and 1 or 2 in the Senate, which, things stay divided like this, would give him an awful lot of power, an awful lot of leverage. Now, what Senate seats he's going to get is kind of hard to figure out. But you do have some House races and some places where there's enough discontent with both parties, enough discontent with the status quo, that you might be able to pick up a couple of seats. And a few seats in a closely divided House could give him some leverage. But it's a long shot right now.
David Urban, you got tentacles everywhere. How worried is the White House about this? How worried are you as you look at your home turf in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, John, as Van alludes to, this isn't about winning hundreds of seats. This is about winning a seat or two. And when you're an individual who has several hundred billion, not million, but 700 billion that you can spend on these races, if you choose to, it becomes a real problem. But listen, I would just point out one thing. How is President Michael Bloomberg doing these days? Because remember, he spent $500 million of his own money on a race. So money isn't dispositive, right? You have to have good candidates. You have to have good issues. And listen, I think that Donald Trump managed to put together, if you look at the coalition, Van knows this very well, if you look at the coalition that Donald Trump put together to win, to become president, it's basically a third party. He put together, blacks, Hispanics, gay people, straight people, college educated, non-college educated. It is its own third party. So I'm not quite sure that Matt Brousseau and the folks in the White House political shop are quaking in their boots, but it's definitely a distraction.
Can I ask you both about this Jeffrey Epstein tweet from Elon Musk? David, first to you. What do you think he's doing here, poking the bear again on that? And also, there is this news overnight, Axios and others reporting that the Department of Justice is saying, definitively Epstein killed himself, that there won't be any other further, arrests or prosecutions here, that there's no client list. And there are people in the conservative world who are like, what? We thought you were going to tell us stuff.
Yeah, listen, I think it's a whole lot to do about nothing. Lives in those dark crevices of the underbelly of the internet where rumors and terrible things exist like this. And I have a great deal of faith that the former Trump Justice Department under Attorney General Barr did a very good job of looking at it, peeling back the onion and finding out there's no more there than is already there. Why the entire client list or whatever, the black book has not been made public is beyond me. But do I think that Donald Trump was a part of any of this? Absolutely not.
Conspiracy closed?
Oh, I just think that Musk has a constituency he's got to play to, which is the bottom feeders on X, and that's what he's doing.
CNN senior data analyst Harry Enton is here. Let's talk parties, Harry. This new party that Elon Musk says he has founded, what's his base?
Yeah, this entire thing makes very little sense to me. It makes about as much sense as selling sand in the desert. What are we talking about here? What is the size of Elon Musk's base? Well, I calculate it to be about 4%, just 4%, 1, 2, 3, 4% of all voters. What is that base made up of? Well, it's those who view Elon Musk favorably and the GOP unfavorably. We're talking just about 4% of all voters out there, because it turns out most of the people who like Elon Musk already like the GOP already. That is, they already have a party for him. In my mind, there is just no base for Elon Musk's third party in the electorate, at least initially speaking.
All right. When we talk about third parties at the presidential level, the candidate who most recently had the most success in terms of getting the most votes was Ross Perot. So how does Elon Musk compare to Ross Perot?
Yeah, we'll go all the way back in the time machine to 1992. And we will note Americans with an unfavorable view, i.e. essentially that Musk starts off with far more against him than Ross Perot ever did. Americans with an unfavorable view of Ross Perot was only 14% back in 1992. Now, the vast majority of Americans are already against Elon Musk, 58%. So what we're essentially saying here is that Elon Musk is going to go into an electorate that already dislikes him, is already against him, while there were far more people who are open to the idea of a Ross Perot third party or independent candidacy as compared to an Elon Musk third party in which the vast majority of Americans have already sided against the man from Tesla.
So Elon Musk says he's going to play, forget, the presidential election is years away. The congressional election next year, he says he wants to play there. What's the history of third-party candidates in congressional races?
Horrible, awful, terrible, terrible, terrible. What are we talking about here? All right, elected to Congress from a third party since 1970, just 0.2% of all winners were either third party, independent, or write-in. We're only talking about 24 out of over 13,000 winners. The bottom line is third party, independents, they just don't succeed. Donald Trump is right when he's talking about the fact that third parties, simply put, don't work.
I will leave with this one coda, though. When you're talking about 4% here, it may not be about winning the race, but 4% has been enough to sway an election back and forth.
Ralph Nader in 2000, as we were talking about, he could spoil it for the GOP, but he probably can't win it himself.
Harry Enton, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Sarah.
All right, for more on this, I am joined now by Democratic Representative Josh Riley of New York. First of all, just what are your thoughts on Musk's announcement that he is going to be forming a third party? To be clear, there are other parties, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, that already exist. But what are your thoughts on him as a multi-billionaire putting his name forward and saying, hey, we're going to have another party in existence?
Yeah, well, it's good to be with you. I'm talking to you from the basement of our house in Ithaca, and if you can hear my 2-year-old crying, you know what his views on this are. Mine, look, I get the frustration that people have with both political parties. You talk to folks across upstate New York. I was just out at Highland Park for the 4th of July, and people are really frustrated because they look and they see a Democratic Party that has become weak and out of touch and condescending, and they look at what just happened in Washington with the Republican Party, and they see a party that's beholden to special interests, in the pockets of big oil in the pockets of all the corporate PACs. And you look around and you think nobody's fighting for you. And so my approach to this job, I can't speak to Elon Musk, and the feuds between him and Trump. Nobody really cares about that stuff around here. But my approach to this job has been to show up in places that Democrats often don't go and show how the work we do can actually make their lives better, whether that's lowering utility prices or lowering grocery prices.
The man behind DOJ now has a new mission for himself, and that is to create a third party somehow. It's going to be called the America Party, and the spark is him being upset, allegedly, about the big, beautiful bill. I have to be honest, I can't think of a person who is like more unpopular in a lot of ways. I'm being very generous here, politically.
Yeah.
But Isaac, who...
Look, the last successful third party was the Republican Party. It started in 1856. It got a presidential candidate elected in 1860. It is a hard thing to do. That said, Musk has a lot of money, and you are right about his political unpopularity, but many
And by
people...
that, I mean Democrats are
For sure.
very much not interested,
yes.
and now perhaps he's rocked the boat with his Trump
I don't think
support.
perhaps. Definitely. That said, many people doubted that he would actually follow through with the spending that he promised he would do for Trump, and he did. Many people doubted that he would be a really effective force in DOJ cuts, and he was. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, hearing him speak about why he's doing this, I mean, he talks about, that there's the political middle doesn't have a party, and that is a fact. I mean, going out and talking to folks, increasingly people don't identify with either party. They look at both parties as out of touch, not actually helping Americans. Poll after poll shows that. Going out and talking to people, you hear it. So he certainly is identifying that, but again, with his unpopularity, with how difficult it is to establish that party, I think it's going to be
And you don't have to
certainly
win.
uphill.
You can certainly alter the future of an
I
election.
was just
Say you can play the spoiler in some sense, perhaps, and especially if you're willing to throw millions and millions, billions of dollars into these sorts of things, and he certainly has no shortage of that. My question is, what is the constituency here? Because, as you mentioned, Democrats aren't in favor, and Republicans are sticking with Trump. They seemingly aren't being swayed by him. Is this a fiscally conservative, socially moderate party? Like, what is the image here?
Tesla just reported a record.
Now, this is how they're going to punish Elon Musk. In my opinion, they're going to use his stocks, okay? Of course, Tesla stocks plunges. And this is really, the people who will support this American party, like they said, it's the bottom feeders, right? The people on X who has time all day to scroll on X. The people who are buying millions of dollars of stocks are not scrolling on X. They may once in a while, but they're not there trying to figure out what Elon Musk is doing. So if they just read in the news, or maybe some high-level person tells them Elon is meddling in politics again, they just move all their money to somewhere else. Okay, so this is how Elon is going to feel what's going on. So look, it's going to be a devastating thing for him. But if he can ride a wave, if he wants to do this for the American people and he thinks this is the right course of action, okay, do it.
Sales plunge. Sales of its electric vehicles fell more than 18% in the last 3 months. Its stock is down 17% for the year so far. Investors are hoping that Elon Musk will refocus on his company and revive Tesla after leaving the administration. But just this week, Musk dove right back into politics, renewing his feud with President Trump over the administration's signature piece of legislation. Joining us now is reporter for the New York Times and co-author of Character Limit: How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter, Kate Conger. Thank you so much for being with us, Kate. What do you think is contributing to this record sales plunge for Tesla?
I think a lot of it has to do with Elon Musk's work in government. This has been very unpopular, and a lot of people in the country have felt like his cuts went too far and were too reckless. And so there's been a lot of backlash towards Tesla, political backlash, over the way Musk handled himself while in government.
Do you think that Musk is now trying to remake or temper some of his more extreme statements? I saw that he posted on social media some measure of regret for having walked out with that chainsaw that the Argentinian president, Javier Milei, gave him, saying that he understands now that it lacked empathy. Do you think he's trying to wash his image a bit now?
You know, I thought that was really interesting. I think he very rarely will second guess or question himself. And so it was notable to see him say that he regretted walking on stage with the chainsaw and that he felt like it could have come across as insensitive. But that being said, I don't think he's backing away from a lot of the political positions that he's taken. He's still opposing President Trump's legislation right now, pushing back on that very strongly, and talking about starting his own political party and running primary campaigns against some of the members of Congress who support that bill.
How concerned should Republicans who vote for this bill be that he's going to fund primary opponents?
You know, I think they should be very concerned. He's demonstrated, you know, a willingness to spend a lot of money on politics, both in the presidential campaign, recently in Wisconsin for a judicial race there. But I think members of Congress are stuck a little bit between a rock and a hard place right now. They maybe don't want to lose Elon Musk's support, but they also don't want to lose President Trump's support.
If Trump follows through with his promise to pull some of the contracts that Musk has through SpaceX and some of his other ventures, how do you think Musk might respond?
I think that this could really set off another feud between Musk and the president if those contracts were to be pulled. Right now, Trump has spoken a lot about Elon Musk being upset about losing subsidies for electric vehicles. And Musk has said that that's not something that he feels very strongly about. You know, as long as the playing field is level for other electric vehicle manufacturers, he hasn't seemed too worried about that. But where the majority of his government contracts come from is SpaceX and its internet provider Starlink. And pulling contracts there would really be detrimental to SpaceX. And, you know, it could create a lot of problems for the U.S. In terms of space programs, internet service in disaster areas and things like that.
Kate Conger, thank you so much for joining us.
Elon Musk's foray into politics is costing his company and its shareholders a lot of money. A short time ago, Musk's electric car company Tesla reported a steep 13% drop in sales for the second quarter of the year. Wall Street was already bracing for some horrific figures, and after the report came out, Tesla's stock actually rose. But Musk has pulled off the rare feat of being unpopular with both liberals and conservatives thanks to his on-again, off-again friendship with Donald Trump. Let's bring in CNN's Hadass Gold with more on this. So Hadass, just break down the numbers for us. Global car sales for Tesla obviously falling in the second quarter, but this is part of a trend of declining sales that started last year. Walk us through the numbers.
Yeah, this is actually the largest year-over-year drop in sales for Tesla in company history. So they delivered 384,122 cars from April through June. That's down about 60,000 cars from the same time before, but it is up 14% from the first quarter total. And as you noted, Wall Street expected this. In fact, some of the whispers around Wall Street and on social media was that actually it would be worse. And I think that's why you're seeing the shares up a little bit, because there was an expectation this would somehow almost be worse, somehow be a bottom. And one of the reasons, there are several reasons why this is happening. First of all, is that Elon Musk and Tesla have been focusing so much of their energy and time on autonomous driving, on these sort of future projects. We saw Robotaxi launched in Austin. Elon Musk has talked about how AI and robotics and Robotaxi, they really feel as though that is the future of Tesla, less so on pumping out new models of these cars. We're obviously, of course, seeing increased competition from places like China. And then, of course, is the politics, which you just cannot ignore what is happening with Elon Musk in politics, as you noted, somehow managing to alienate both Democrats as soon as he hitched on with the Trump administration, and also Republicans, especially recently. We know, of course, that investors have wanted Elon Musk to fully focus on Tesla, on his companies, because they believe that is how the companies will do best. Obviously, what we've seen from Elon Musk in the last few days especially leads us to believe that is not going to be the case, especially as he says he's going to support primary challengers in the next midterm election and potentially even start an entirely new American political party that he's calling the American Party. I am sure a lot of Tesla investors are just sitting there saying, oh no, please, not this.
Please don't. Please focus on what you do best. All right, Hadass Gold, live for us there. Thank you so much. For some more perspective on this, let's bring in Sean O'Kane. He's a senior reporter for TechCrunch who follows the technology of.
Yes. So, like we have seen, Tesla stocks is going to plunge for sure. But this morning, it's been up 0.97%. So maybe people are having a change of heart. But you know what? Stocks fluctuate. It goes up and down. So, I mean, it is what it is. People love Tesla. Tesla is an amazing product and it has so many great technology tied to it. And they also invest in batteries. So, look, it's going to be hard. It's definitely going to be hard to boycott Tesla. With that being said, God is the greatest. America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams and believe in Almighty God. With that being said, God is the greatest. And shout out to esteemed members, Ellie the GOAT. Okay. I haven't, yeah. It's been 4 hours, okay? Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT, all right? Dr. Luke, the GOAT. Shout out to Ellie as well. Shout out to Ingram. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to Ringmaster. God bless you guys for being esteemed members. And of course, our hardworking moderators, Curry B, Jet, C. Shelley, Vegas, Zyra's Garden, Enders. God bless you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you're going through in life, just know God is your strength. Never give up, never give in. Don't throw in the towel just yet. You are close, okay? You are very close. That I could tell you, you are close. God is your strength, ladies and gentlemen. Keep going, keep fighting. Stay alive, all right? Please stay alive, all right? There's so much for you to experience, all right? Stay alive. I love you guys. It is your boy Genesis, and this is the Genesis Show.